So please give a big round of applause for this event, everyone. So we will start with inviting our guest on stage for the next process. I would like to invite on stage Dr. Viranchi Shah, COA, Farm Excel. Please welcome, sir. Also, I would like to invite Dr. Vishal H. Rajgaria, COA, Farm Excel. Please welcome, sir. I would like to tell Mr. John to felicitate them with the bouquet. Please take your seat, sir. Respected dignitaries, ladies and gentlemen, it is my immense pleasure to begin this wonderful ceremony with the bouquet felicitation of our esteemed guest. First of all, I would like to invite Dr. Viranchi sir, they are already here. Dr. Vishal sir, already here. I would request them to kindly present the bouquet to our respected Shri Bhavin Mehta sir, Vice Chairman Pharmaxil, as a token of our gratitude and a warm welcome. Please welcome, sir. Next, I would like to request Dr. Viranchi Shah sir to present a bouquet to Dr. Ravikant Sharma, DDC CDSCO, as a mark of respect and appreciation. Please welcome, sir. We are honored to have Mr. H.L. Rawat, Joint Commissioner, FDCA, among us today. I would request Mr. Bhavin sir to kindly felicitate Mr. H.L. Rawat sir with a bouquet. Please take your seats, gentlemen. So in our Indian culture, we start every occasion with lamp lighting ceremony. But before that, please welcome Dr. Rahul Singh, sir, ITS Joint DGFT. Please welcome on the stage, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Sri Dhulam Ravi Teja, sir, Deputy Director, AP Pharma. Please welcome, sir. Once again, a very warm welcome to all of you. Now, I would like to request everyone for lamp lighting ceremony.
देवै सदा वन्दिता सा मां पातु सरस्वती भगवती निःशेषजाड्यापहा शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसार परमाम् आद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयङ्करीम् यदा जाड्यान्धकारापहा हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिता वन्दे तां
So, requesting all of our guests to take their reserved seats. Also, ladies and gentlemen, we have the recorded message here by Commerce Secretary MOCI. Please play the message.
This Chintan Shivir has been convened under the directions of our Honorable Prime Minister to make India a trusted trade partner for countries across the world and to grow our share in global pharma so that more people benefit from quality, affordable healthcare, just as they do in India. Our pharma exports today stand at USD 30.47 billion in 24-25, up 9.4% in 1 year. India's domestic pharma market stands at $60 billion and is expected to grow to $130 billion by 2030. India is third in the world by volume, 14th by value, with 3,000 plus companies, 10,500 plus manufacturing units, and 60,000 generic brands across 60 therapeutic areas. Our medicines reach more than 200 markets across the world. Our 60% of our exports go to the stringent regulatory destination, implying the quality of the pharmaceutical produce in India. The US is 34% of our exports, and Europe is 19% of our pharma exports, again depicting the quality of our manufacturing ecosystem. There are three key issues that we need to deliberate upon in this Chintan Shivir. First, we need to look at, identify the non-tariff barriers and regulatory issues that hold back our exports and our exporters, especially the MSMEs. What can we do about it? Second, I think we need to look at how to expand regulatory cooperation and mutual recognition so that approvals become faster and more predictable. This will need movement from both sides. When we expect other country to move towards us and have mutual recognition agreements, maybe we'll have also need to do something on our side to improve our regulatory ecosystem and to improve our quality consistency so that they are able to believe in our ecosystem and move towards an MRA. Third, I think we also need to look at future. And for future, I think we need to build a strong life sciences innovation ecosystem in India. For this, we need to look at R&D, clinical trials, biologics, vaccines, and biosimilars to expand our exports and secure higher market share in future. These are the areas we need to work upon today to secure our future. I look forward to your frank discussions, candid inputs, so that together we can make India's pharma story much higher and take it to next level, both for India and for better healthcare access across the world. So best wishes to all the colleagues and all the industry representatives who have gathered here for Chintan Shivir. Though I am not there, but I will be taking note of the discussions and your recommendations very closely to see what we can do together in our endeavor to make India truly the pharmacy of the world. Thank you very much.
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Viranchi Shah, sir, COE Pharmaxil, for opening remarks. Please welcome, sir.
Respected Shri H.L. Rawat, Licensing Authority, FDA Gujarat. Shri Ravikant Sharma, Deputy Drug Controller, CDSCO. Shri Rahul Singh ji. Shri Bhavin Mehta, Vice Chairman Pharmaxil. Shri Dula Ravi Teja ji. Vishal. Officials from the state and central government, friends from the industry. Yesterday, we saw another twist in the already volatile world order of US Supreme Court striking down the decision of the US president. And for quite a few months, at least a year, we have been seeing that the world order in terms of doing business is changing rapidly. While many industries have faced a lot of issues out of this volatility, fortunately, the pharmaceutical industry has been zero tariffed all throughout, and we have been able to consistently grow. A lot of efforts have been made by the government of India, especially Ministry of Commerce. If you see in terms of their bilateral agreements, because suddenly the world is moving from multilateral agreements to bilateral agreements. For example, for the India EU free trade, now what is called as the mother of all agreements. If you see what we could achieve is a zero tariff. We could maintain the tariffs to almost zero, and we could also make certain changes which are TRIPS compliant. So to say, it's a win-win arrangement that we could bring, where the Indian generics could do well in the Europe. At the same time, the newer technologies and newer therapies could flow from Europe to India. And I would compliment the Ministry of Commerce and Government of India for their wonderful and very proactive decision making and going forward for bilateral agreements, which has played a major role in our able to continue the business that we are doing today. At the same time, we also understand that the growth of Indian pharma is also because of the regulatory maturity that we have. This is a country which has more than 3,000 WHO GMP certified units, which cater to almost all low and middle income countries. We have a large number of US FDA approved sites. Out of the 1028 ANDA tentative and final approvals that were received in the last year, 46.6% of those approvals were to the Indian companies in the US. At the same time, almost 348 EU GMP sites are supplying quality medicines to the Europe, with $4.39 billion exports to Europe. And post this agreement, in the last 8 months, our exports to Europe has increased by over 10%. So this is the kind of statistics that this industry has. But if you ask everybody sitting in the room, if what was the single most challenge they had for their businesses, I think 9 out of the 10 people will agree that scalability is an issue. We have been able to come this far with the strength that we had, the support that we got from the government, with the technology that we have evolved over last 3 decades. But if you ask anybody to predict the next 10 years, I think barring visionary leaders, there are very few who have that kind of confidence on where we are going forward. And one of the purposes, I would say one of the more important purposes of Chintan Shivir is to sit across with the industry, with the regulators, with the government, and try to figure out what we can do next. How do we amend ourselves? Because the future growth is not going to come simply by adding capacities. If you see last 10, 15 years, we used to add one more plant. If you're having tablets and capsules, for example, you put another plant with a higher capacity, or you would probably put another dosage form to add to your growth. But it's not so simple. Adding capacities is not going to drive the kind of growth that we all need to. So what could be the differentiator? I think it would be the capability to understand and find opportunities in this complex ecosystem that is evolving. Complex not only in terms of the volatility, but also in terms of complex products, complex processes, and the complexity created by the market forces across the world. So today, we are trying to discuss with the experts. We have brilliant speakers from the industry, and we have policymakers who would be helping us understand what could be the next growth engine for India, how do we scale up. And I'm sure this very important interaction will give you some food for thought that you can implement within your industries. I would thank Pharmaxil for selecting Ahmedabad in Gujarat for this very important meet, because Gujarat is not just a contributor to this industry. We are actually a cornerstone. Many important milestones for the Indian pharma industry have come from Gujarat. And our contribution today remains, we are one of the highest contributors, both in terms of exports and in terms of the domestic presence. So my appreciation to Pharmaxil, and many thanks for all who have joined. I'm sure this day of deliberation will bring you some take homes that you will be able to implement in terms of your strategies for scaling up. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Sri Bhavin Mehta, Vice Chairman, Pharmaxil, to give his welcome address. Please welcome, sir.
Good morning, friends. Dignitaries on the dais, Shri H.L. Rawat ji, Dr. Rahul Singh ji, Dr. Ravikant Sharma ji, representatives from Ministry of Commerce, Government of Gujarat, my colleagues from Pharmaxil, distinguished speakers, industry leaders, and my dear friends. On behalf of Pharmaxil, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you all at Chintan Shivir, scaling up pharma exports for next decade. We are grateful that we have regulators, policymakers, and industry who have come forward on this platform to discuss, as Viranchi bhai rightly said, that how do we scale up? That's the point, and I really vouch for that. That next decade is going to be about value and not about volume. So how do we do that? That's a very important question that we're going to thrive on today. India's pharmaceutical industry today is no longer a manufacturing sector, but it has become a strategic national asset. So during pandemic, we've proved to the world that we are pharmacy of the world. And how do we maintain this coming forward? It's a most important point for us. This precisely why this Chintan Shivir is relevant. The global trade environment is changing rapidly. The supply chains are getting realigned. The regulatory expectations are getting tightening, and countries are increasingly linking the trade with standards and quality and trust. Therefore, the exports cannot grow merely by price competitiveness anymore. They need to drive on compliance, credibility, and consistency. At this juncture, the new trade architect being shaped by India assumes great significance. India has recently concluded ongoing trade engagements with US, Europe, and UK, which opens a new chapter for our sector. Also for the other sectors who are exporting from India. And specifically for pharmaceuticals, they are regulatory cooperation, faster market access, and smoother movement of medicines across the borders. United States being our largest exporter, we contribute almost 31% of India's pharmaceutical exports. During April to December 2026 alone, the exports stood at around $7.14 billion, whereas Europe was 1/5 of the global exports, and United Kingdom was 0.67 billion in the same period. The number demonstrate that these three demographics play a very vital role for our exports, because the number third and the number fourth are Africa and the CIS countries that we are exporting. We must together address the approval and timelines and compliance expectations and documentation procedures and regulatory predictability so that the Indian companies, especially MSMEs, can confidently enter these global markets. Despite global economic uncertainty, protectionist, and disruptions in supply chains, our industry continues to thrive. We have shown a growth of 6.4% over last year, which we expect to continue. And we expect that last year exports done by the pharmaceutical exports done of 30.46 billion, we'll be able to surpass. That's the trend which is coming up. And we are moving towards to achieve our goal for that. However, sustaining this growth will be very difficult unless and until there is a shift in approach. The next phase of pharma expansion will not be volume and it will be value, as I said. My friends, next decade, we have another $400 billion of molecules going off patent. And if you read closely the top 10 molecules which are there currently, which are coming up off patent in next 10 years, they're contributing almost from them, most of them are biosimilars, you know. So are we really ready for them? That's also a question we need to ask. So that is why the panel discussion one we have today is going to throw a light that what next decade of exports will be and where the energies and efforts have to be synchronized so that we catch the bus, you know. It's like semaglutide going off patent on 26th of March. How many companies are ready, you know? If you ask MSMEs, most of the answers will be none, right? So it's the top 10 companies or top 5 companies who are ready to launch on 27th of March. So we need to be so precise in our working, so precise in our thought process that how 3 years before do we see, you know? So if a molecule is going off patent, suppose in 2029, we need to start working right now, or 2030. Now is the time we need to foresee that which are the molecules going off patent in 2029 or 2030 so that we catch the bus, you know. I'm very sure semaglutide is one of the live example where if we discuss among our group, we'll be able to see or throw a light that the opportunity was there, but we never foresighted that it'll become so big. Or no doubt, coming March, we'll come to know how big the opportunity is there. But the point is, everyone knew that the molecule is going off patent. Are we ready? Or were we thoughtful of getting it ourselves equipped? You know. So like these, there'll be so many molecules. It's just the semaglutide as an example I'm giving, but I'm very sure whichever industry like tablet, capsules, and syrups, whatever we are in, I'm very sure other dosage forms also, whichever molecules we are in, I'm very sure there are molecules which are going off patent and we need to catch the bus for that. As I said earlier, that the value is going to be now the key driving factor for all of us rather than the volume. Although India is the third largest export in terms of volume, now the challenge is how do we move to value, right? Having the largest number of US FDA approved plants in India, it makes a lot of sense that how do we have a mindset or a change in thought process that we move ahead and doing this. I'm confident that the deliberations today, including the regulatory panel, the entrepreneurial journey discussions, and scaling up strategies, will generate practical outcomes and actionable suggestions, and which we can take it forward to the government. And definitely, they will be with us in supporting whatever endeavors we have. Before I conclude, I would like to sincerely thank Government of India, the regulators, and all the participating industries leaders for sparing the valuable time and supporting this initiative. Your presence, strengths, and collaborative spirit has really helped us to carve the next phase of pharmaceutical exports. Let us use this platform not merely for discussion, but for direction to ensure that India moves from being a pharmacy of the world, becoming a trusted global healthcare partner. So thank you once again to all of you all, and let's make this Chintan Shivir a great success. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. So, to give a special address, I would like to invite Sri H.L. Rawat, Joint Commissioner, Licensing and Controlling Authority, Food and Drugs Control Administration, Gujarat State. Please welcome, sir.
गुड मॉर्निंग। थोड़ा आवाज कम आ रहा है, चाय पानी पिया? रिस्पेक्टेड चेयरमैन and the member of Pharmexil, my dear friends, Dr. Viranchi Shah, Sri Bhavin Mehta, डॉक्टर राहुल सिंह, भारत सरकार के मेरे काफी निकट के मित्र और डीडीसी डॉक्टर रविकांत जी, डॉक्टर विशाल राजगिरिया, it is a privilege to address this gathering under the platform of Pharmexil, an institution that has played a pivotal role in the position to Indian pharmaceutical across the global market at pharmacy. We are not merely discussing the trade volume, we are shaping the credibility of Indian pharmaceutical ecosystem. Let us move and forward the partner of regulator and exporter with a shared mission. India today supply the medicine to over 200 countries. We are recognizing as a pharmacy of the world. Our global supply chain, our vaccines, our international immunization program, and our API are critical to many healthcare systems. Globally, the regulatory scrutiny has intensified. The inspection are more data driven the documentation and higher digital traceability to becoming the mandatory implementing the country as increasing allowing the trade permission with a compliance history. A harmonized approach between the state regulatory system, central authority such as the CDSCO, trade bodies of the DGFT, control the substance regulator, and the pharmacy as the industry of expert interference is essential to ensure the protection of public health, regulatory predictability, export the competitiveness, and ease of doing business. Pharmexil is doing a wonderful job, and मैं एक बार फिर फार्मेक्सिल के सभी ऑर्गेनाइजर को खूब तहे दिल से अभिनंदन करता हूं कि उन्होंने गुजरात सिलेक्ट किया और गुजरात में चिंतन शिविर का ऑर्गेनाइजेशन किया. एज ए लाइसेंसिंग अथॉरिटी ऑफ गुजरात मैं आपको इतना शेयर करता हूं कि वी आर लायबल टू सर्व ए पब्लिक हेल्थ. सरकार ने मेरे को दो जवाबदारी दी है एज ए ज्वाइंट कमिश्नर फूड और ज्वाइंट कमिश्नर ड्रग. दोनों इतनी सेंसिटिव लायबिलिटीज है कि जो भी अपने नागरिक है उनको क्वालिटी वाली दवाएं और सलामत और शुद्ध बिल्कुल प्योर खुराक मिले. तो दोनों लायबिलिटीज आप एक्सपोर्ट पर्पस के कीजिए, डोमेस्टिक पर्पस के कीजिए. एज ए ह्यूमन बीइंग हमको ऐसी तकेदारी रखनी है कि जितने भी नागरिक है गुजरात के और अक्रॉस द कंट्री उनको परफेक्ट क्वालिटी वाइज मेडिसिन मिलनी चाहिए. चिंतन शिविर का बेसिक पर्पस जितनी भी सारी इतनी शिविर है कि जो भी है, तो हमारा बेसिक पर्पस है कि हम पूरे इंडिया की जो भी पीपल है उसका हम सेफ गार्ड करें. तो मैं रिसेंटली एक एग्जांपल आपको देता हूं, फूड रिलेटेड है. कल एक ऐसा इंसिडेंस हुआ कि अमरेली करके डिस्ट्रिक्ट है, वहां पे हनुमान खिजड़िया गांव है, वहां पे एक टैंकर 10,000 लीटर दूध मिल्क, वो टैंकर को हमारे इंस्पेक्टर ने रेकी किया. वो टैंकर को हमने पकड़ा और मेरे जो फूड इंस्पेक्टर है उसने प्राइमरी टेस्टिंग करवाई गैस क्रोमेटोग्राफी मशीन से। तो काफी शर्मजनक बात है कि वो दूध में ढेर सारी मिलावट थी। तो जो क्रोमेटोग्राफी मशीन में डिटेक्ट हुआ वो मिल्क के अंदर सुक्रोज, सोर्बिटॉल, ग्लूकोज, यूरिया एंड एनिमल फैट और ऑयल जैसी मात्रा मिली। अभी विधानसभा का सेशन चल रहा है, तो शर्मजनक घटना इतनी है कि फिर इन द इंटरेस्ट ऑफ पब्लिक हेल्थ मैंने वो 10,000 लीटर दूध का वहां डीएसपी की हाजिरी में उसको नाश किया। बात ये फूड की है, मैं इसलिए आपको शेयर कर रहा हूं कि हम लोग चिंतन शिविर के लिए इकट्ठे हुए हैं। तो हमारा बेसिक मोटो है कि हम पब्लिक को अच्छी दवाइयाँ और अच्छा फूड सप्लाई किए। तो मेरी लायबिलिटी फूड की भी है, लेकिन मैं आपको ये जस्ट एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं कि जो भी आप दवाई बनाओ वो इंश्योर करो कि पब्लिक तक जाती है, वो क्वालिटी वाइज होनी चाहिए। एज ए स्टेट रेगुलेटरी, गुजरात की मैं बात कर रहा हूं, ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट 1940, दे रूल्स अंडर 1945। मैंने सारे इंस्पेक्टर, सारे ऑफिसर को इतना बताया है कि आप इंडस्ट्री फेवरेबल रहो। ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक के जो लिमिटेशन है, जो मैंडेट है, उसमें हम आपको 100% रेक्टिफाई कराएंगे कि भाई नॉट फ्रॉम द कंटामिनेशन फ्रॉम द एयर, नॉट फ्रॉम द कंटामिनेशन फ्रॉम द वाटर। रिवाइज शेड्यूल एम हो, जिसके पास रिवाइज शेड्यूल एम है वो डब्ल्यूएचओ को प्रमोट करे, जिसके पास डब्ल्यूएचओ है यूएसएफडीए के लिए प्रमोट किए। आज सुबह मेरे को इंट्रोडक्शन हुआ विरांची भाई शाह के लड़के का, मैंने बोला ये नया वर्जन आ गया यूएसएफडीए का। तो हमारा ऐसा मोटो है कि आपकी नेक्स्ट जनरेशन के लिए आप प्रगतिशील प्रोग्रेसिव अप्रोच रखो। थ्रू आउट ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक एक्ट की मैं बात नहीं करता, ये प्रैक्टिकल अभिगम की बात करता हूं कि जो भी आप काम करो ईश्वर को ध्यान में रख के पॉजिटिव अप्रोच कि क्वालिटी वाइज मेडिसिन सबको मिलनी चाहिए। अभी आज पैनल डिस्कशन भी है, लेकिन मैं फार्मेक्सिल को थोड़ा रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहता हूं, ड्यू टू द ऑनगोइंग विधानसभा assembly session, I regret that I am unable to continue my presence in the panel discussion. I sincerely thanks the organizer and request the esteemed co-panelist to kindly continue the deliberation. Once again, thank you so much. और मैं गुजरात के काफी सारे इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट को एज ए इको फ्रेंडली मैं आपको बोलना चाहता हूं कि फूड एंड ड्रग एंड कॉस्मेटिक में जितना हो सकेगा हम आपको कोऑपरेट करेंगे। वाइसा वर्सा रिलेशन है, जितना मैंडेट है वो आपको इंप्लीमेंट करना है। बाकी ग्रे एरिया है तो विल डेफिनेटली कोऑपरेट टू यू। बट मैं आप सभी को ये चिंतन शिविर में इतनी खातरी देता हूं कि आप गुजरात के अंदर जो भी मैन्युफैक्चर है 24/7 वी आर एक्टिंग रोल एज ए रेगुलेटर एज वेल एज फैसिलिटेटर। सो थैंक यू सो मच once again, thank you so much Pharmexil and the organizer of Pharmexil.
This was a very valuable message for all of us. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Rahul Singh, ITS Joint DGFT, for his remarks. Please welcome, sir.
Shri H.L. Rawat, Joint Commissioner, FDCA. Um, Other members, dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of dais. I would first like to congratulate Pharmexil for organizing this event at this opportune time. We are meeting here to explore pharma exports. What will be the contours of pharma export for the next decade? We know that are exporters to capture the world market. Government has started negotiating free trade agreements with the markets that matter to you all. We have recently done FTA with UK, EU, the US FTA will, the contours of the FTA will come out very soon. US already is a big market for Indian exports, but if you look at our direction of our pharma exports to EU, we hardly matter in the volumes and in the value to EU. Somehow the Indian pharma exports have not looked at EU as a big market. There are many reasons for that. You have a lot of competitors for that. There, the market is highly regulated. But EU is our second largest pharma market. And even in in UK imports around $30 billion, but our share in that market is around $2 billion only. So there's scope there also. Probably in the sessions that we have in the panel discussion, they will dwell more on how exports can be promoted in the next 10 years. A lot of things have been said. We have to move up the value chain. We stand 14th in the value terms, but third we in the volume terms in pharma exports. I look forward, as in we are meeting now. We thought all these tariff things were before us, but you must have read yesterday only the US Supreme Court has said the present tariff has exceeded his jurisdiction in imposing the reciprocal tariff. So a lot of things are happening internationally also, which will impact you. And it's better to be prepared. It's better to know what the government is thinking, how our exports can increase. And I look forward to a good panel discussion and good sessions in this. Thank you so much.
Now, for the remarks, I would like to invite Shri Dulam Ravi Teja, sir, Deputy Director, EP Pharma.
Good morning, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank our Commerce Secretary for his inspiring message. And the address clearly sets the direction for all of us to build on India's strengths, to move with ambition, and to work in close partnership with the industries. From the Department of Commerce perspective, the India's pharmaceutical exports have crossed 30.47 billion for the financial year 24-25, and we are expecting at a growing rate of 9.4%. And we are already third largest globally by volume, and we are the trusted supplier for around 200 and more above markets in the global. Our mission is to ensure that our exporters, especially MSMEs, to seize emerging global opportunities. The department is also actively working to strengthen the market access for Indian industry. The recent FTAs with the European Union, it unlocks the access to over 572 USD billion for pharmaceuticals and medical devices market. The bilateral trade agreement with the United States also improves the market access and price competitiveness for the Indian pharma exporters. In this journey, PharmExcel has played a pivotal role as a bridge between the government and the industry. Through the trade facilitation, policy inputs, export promotion initiatives, and the platform like IFEX, the Council has contributed significantly to strengthening India's pharmaceutical export ecosystem. Now, at the same time, we fully recognize that MSMEs form the backbone of our manufacturing base. They generate employment, drive innovation at the grassroots levels, and expand India's footprint in global markets. So, I look forward to productive and candid interaction today, and thank you.
Thank you for your inspirational remarks, sir. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Ravikant Sharma, DTC CDSCO, for his remarks. Thank you. Welcome, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, industry friends, participants from other regulators, other departments, ladies and gentlemen, namaskar. How are you? Kem cho? Sabhi ko shubh prabhatam. At the outset, I like to thank Pharmaxil for inviting me to have interaction with the industry for the scaling of the exports. That is the great opportunity for me, and I'm really honored to be a part of that. So if you see, my earlier speakers have talked about the statistics, what was the in previous years, what is the next, what is the projection. But I will take some few points which directly related to the regulation and to the policies. So if you see, how can we scale up our export? The first and foremost is the industry has to comply the regulation and the quality. These are the, you can say, the strategic drivers. And how can we do? Because first and foremost, we have to discuss about the revised Schedule M that is already implemented by the industries. It has to be implemented rather. And I like to tell you, inform you that more than 1,000 units, they have uploaded on ONDLS the gap analysis. So how the industry is receptive for that, and out of 1,500 units have already complained about the revised Schedule M. So give a big round of applause to the industry, how they are receptive for the revised Schedule M. Until and unless we are not complying the regulation, we cannot maintain the quality. How many of you have gone through the revised Schedule M? Raise your hands. Only few hands. So you have to do the gap analysis. There are 13 parts of the revised Schedule M, and the part 1 and part 2 talk about the pharmaceutical quality system and quality risk management. That is included in our revised Schedule M. So pharmaceutical quality system means there is a responsibility of the higher management that whatever the product they have produced, that is safe, efficacious, and of standard quality. Until and unless our manufacturers are not complying the revised Schedule M, the regulators cannot apply for the PICs. You know what is PICs? The Pharmaceutical Inspection Cooperation System. We are talking about export today. So we see that frequently from the regulators from Nigeria, from Ghana, from Zambia, they come here and they do the audit of our manufacturers. But once all manufacturers are comply the revised Schedule M, and we will initiate for the membership of the PICs, then there will be harmonization. Whatever the inspections have been done from our inspectors, it will be acceptable across the globe. So to have the global alignment, the implementation of the revised Schedule M is extremely important because there are 49 countries who are members of the PICs, but India not. We have to implement. Recently, CDSU has drafted the revised guidelines for the export NOCs, and the products which are unapproved, which are banned, which are narcotic and psychotropic drugs, for those drugs, the importing country registration is essential and necessary. We have seen so many applications where irrational combinations like vitamin C diclofenac, caffeine, paracetamol. These are mixed, make out a khichdi, a fixed dose combination, and we are planning to sell out in the other countries. Until and unless the drug is not, the safety and efficacy is not evaluated, how can you supply to, how can a person can consume the medicine? The FDC particularly, it should be rational combination. There should be clinical trial. Safety and efficacy should be assessed. So we have to take care of that. We are receiving more than 2,000 applications per month for the export NOC, and within 5 working days, we are issuing the license for NOC for this. Friends, drug is a weapon to fight the diseases. But at the same time, the drug is killer when it is unsafe. So the quality is extremely important. Third is the digitalization to ease of doing business. We have all the manufacturing applications, all the COPP, all the vaccines, recombinant. We have developed a portal that is ONDLS. All the applications are applied on ONDLS, and there is a timeline, there is accountability of the regulator also. We have to dispose of the application for doing business in India. Recently, we have conducted more than 500 RBI applications. These are the unannounced risk-based inspections, including the liquid oral forms also, cough syrups. And that was triggered because there were complaints, international complaints from outside. If there is a one NSQ from outside and there is a complaint, it automatically dent our industry. So what is happening on the basis of the NSQ or on the basis of the international complaints, we are doing the RBI. That is not for every manufacturer, those who are complying. But we have to reduce the NSQs, and we are taking precautions for this. How can we do the ease of doing business? There should be a collaboration of global stakeholders for technology transfer for cost-effective, high-quality R&D and manufacturing. There should be R&D investment, investing in biologicals, cell and gene therapy to move up the value chain. It is the right time for the transition from a volume-based generic medicines to the value-driven leader in innovation products. There should be a proper government incentives. We are giving the, this PLA schemes for the R&D, and government is supporting our manufacturers. There is a need for the adaptation of the AI and the digital tool from the manufacturing right to the marketing of the products. So for ease of doing business, to have the self-reliant, self-sufficient, and self-confident, I like to draw the 5D formula of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. How can we make in India drive? The first D is the discovery. Innovation. Innovation always establishes the brands. Innovation creates the competition. Innovation reduce the cost. Innovation increases the export. The second D is deregulation. Means there should be no over-regulation. The regulation should be articulated, should be very clear, understandable, and harmonized across the country. The third D is the demography. Demography means what the drugs which are producing by the manufacturer, it should be affordable, accessible, and available to the poorest of the poor. And the fourth D is the democracy. When we are making a law, we are taking into consideration all the hospitals, researchers, academia, regulators, industries, and then we are making the law. So, sabka saath, sabka prayas, or sabka vikas. That is our dream of our Prime Minister. And fifth D is the demand. Demand is directly proportional to the quality, right? If you are producing the good quality of the product will not be accepted only in India, but it will be accepted every part of the world. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me and looking forward for the valuable and fruitful discussion. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. So all the remarks, addresses we have listened here were very inspirable. So now I would like to invite Dr. Vishal H. Rajgaria, sir, COA Pharmaxil, for the closing remarks. Thank you.
Shri H.L. Rawat ji, Dr. Rahul Singh ji, Dr. Ravi Kant Sharma ji, Dularam Teja ji, friends, and all the dignitaries on the dais, and all the members who have come today on Saturday this morning. Very warm welcome to you and very good morning to everyone. Thank you for coming this day for this Shivir, and it's really a great to see you come this morning 9:30 to join us for this Shivir. Today, if we recall, the first message of Commerce Secretary, it sets the tone that why this Shivir is. It says that we are 14th in value, third in volumes, and doing around $30 billion of exports. So which says that yes, we are trusted partner, but we are lacking in value chain. So how to increase the value chain? Well, we had a perspective from speakers, like we have opened up gateway through FTAs. It could be India UK FTA. We had ECTA earlier. We had an FTA with UAE. We had FTA with Australia. We had India had multiple FTAs. So that can open the pathways, because that gives an leverage to us by way of being our price more competitive than the neighboring countries in those areas. And also, sir has given the perspective of regulatory regime, that how we could be on regulatory side. But when we talk about Chintan Shivir per se, this Shivir is on how to propel to next level such that we can have a better value system. And on that note, I think, yes, moving out only from generic to a newer molecule or complex, because complex will be the catalyzer. And this Shivir will be a strategy take home for many of us. So with this, I think this is the short conclusion which I can make from the today's opening. And we will have a very great sessions today. And we thank all the speakers who have come a long way to give insights to all the members here in Ahmedabad. And with this, I will conclude. And thank you all for joining. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to express our sincere gratitude through a small yet meaningful gesture, the memento felicitation. To begin with, I would like to invite Sri Bhavin Mehta, Vice Chairman Pharmaxil, to kindly present a memento to our respected Sri H.L. Rawat, sir. Please give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next, I once again invite Mr. Bhavin sir to felicitate our esteemed joint DGFT, Dr. Rahul Singh, with a memento as a token of appreciation for his valuable presence. Moving ahead, I would request Dr. Viranchi sir to kindly present a memento to Dr. Ravikant Sharma sir in recognition of his contribution and support. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to invite Dr. Vishal sir to felicitate Sri Dulam Ravi sir with a memento. Let's celebrate this with a warm round of applause, everyone. And finally, I would request Shri Bhavin Mehta sir, Vice Chairman Pharmaxil, to kindly present memento to our respected Dr. Viranchi Shah sir and Dr. Vishal Rajgaria sir as a mark of gratitude for their guidance and presence. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, a thunderous round of applause for all of our dignitaries. Thank you. I would request all of you to take a group photo, please. Thank you. So we will move ahead with our panel discussion, sir. Please. For this panel discussion, I would like to invite our moderator, Shri Mihir Shah sir. Please welcome.
Good morning. I know I'm sounding repeat, but I'll still sound again. Good morning. Distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, CEO members, pharma exporters, industry leaders. I'm privileged to moderate the first session, and it's very easy because when you do the first session, the onus and the challenges on the sessions after you. So that's the little ease I have. Once again, for all the pharma exporters, I'm sure you have heard this ample amount of time, but as pharmacy to the world and exporting to over 200 countries, whether it is Indian generics, vaccines, APIs, or formulations, pharma exports has its say in the global market. But one of the key challenge of pharma exports is it is not just export like any other goods. It drives on regulatory clarity, policy predictability, seamless coordination with various agencies and departments. Whether it is the foreign trade policies or the export authorizations, we have spoken about it in the inaugural sessions, the quality and the safety standards, the manufacturing norms, all of these put together actually form the three key pillars of the pharma exports, which is compliant, credibility, and globally accepted. As part of the Chintan Shivir, a session which we focus on regulatory aspects and the foreign trade policies, we wish to clarify on certain regulatory expectations from both from the exporters but also from the regulator aspects, address issues and bottlenecks of exporters, understand the policy from the regulators themselves so that it's easy for exporters to avoid those common mistakes and errors. And for this, what better that we have with us two stalwarts from the pharmaceutical exports business. May I request all of you to join me in welcoming our panelists. Firstly, Shri Ravikant Sharma sir, DDG, CDCSO. So once again, welcome you as our panelist. And let me also take opportunity and guides, please welcome in joining Dr. Rahul Singh, ITS, Joint DGFT, RA, Ahmedabad. Sir, both of you, welcome on this first panel discussion. As we are all aware, our third panelist, Sri H.L. Rawat sir, had to emergency leave for certain commitment. We have taken note of it, and I'm sure the deliberations at this session will be passed on. And if issues are taken, Pharmaxel will take it with him and, revert back with whatever updates he has from an FDA perspective. Thank you so much, sirs, for joining on this panel discussion. I'm going to start with both of you first. Rahul sir, since you are next to me very close, the first thing is, just to give you a framework, just from your perspective, as I said, pharma export is not like any other exports. So from a policy perspective, when we talk about foreign trade policy, and these are all exporters, how would you want to describe the, the inner side of the Ministry of Commerce or the foreign trade policy idea to all our exporters in terms of the export policy? Sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the question. You are very correct that pharma exports is not like any other exports. It develops on policy clarity, it develops on regulatory clarity, and it builds on them to facilitate exports. So Department of Commerce have taken upon themselves that what we'll do is that we will have more regulatory synchronization with the world,
Okay.
so that our exports don't face non-tariff barriers as when they leave our borders. And for that, what we have done is you would have seen that we have done free trade negotiations with a lot of countries, free trade negotiation with a lot of our export markets. UK, EU, and US are the three that have been done recently. And these are, if you look at the export data, these are the markets that has the highest pharma exports from India. So understanding the challenge of this sector, unlike, if you look at plastic, other sectors like plastic engineering, they don't have so much of regulatory compliances to be done. Pharma is a very unique sector in that way. And the only way to facilitate is to have the regulatory synchronization, so that as been mentioned that once it is synchronized, then they don't have the regulators from other countries, they don't have to come and look at our manufacturing unit, certify them to be as compliant for exporting to their market. So that is the way in which Department of Commerce is working towards to improve pharma exports from India.
Fantastic, sir. Dr. Sharma, I would start with you as well. That when Rahul sir mentioned about FTAs, and as CDCSO, as a authority to regulate on quality and standards, how would you look at it, A, on a normal pharma regulator perspective, But I would also want you to add on the scenario that today we are talking about FDAs everywhere, FTAs everywhere. Fundamentally, we understand that as pharma, we are at many places already out of those tariff challenges. But from a regulatory perspective, is CDCSOs quality registrations, and are we as CDCSO as a country negotiating hard in the FTAs so that your certificate can be, our passport to the world, sir? Dr. Sharma.
Thank you very much for this question. And our audience must know that we have federal system in our country. Some responsibility lies with the CDSCO, Central Drugs Standard Control Organization, and few responsibility lies with the state licensing authorities. If I mention what are those responsibility for CDSCO, the approvals of new drugs, the clinical trials, the import, the policy making, drafting of guidelines for ease of doing business. And the rest part, the sale part, lies with the state licensing authority. We have 7 central drugs testing laboratories in our country for testing of recombinants, diagnostic kits, and other crucial products. So we are confident that whatever the product is imported in our country, that is of standard quality, because we have the port offices at each port, that is the port of entry. Our ADC picks up the samples, they send for testing, etc. Whatever we are manufacturing, in some cases there is a joint inspection. In some cases, the CDSO inspector goes, like in medical devices for class C and class D, like pacemaker, orthopedic implants, our inspector goes for inspections. So having said that, we have a very, very good system in our country, but always there is a scope of improvement, like the training. We should have the international regulators in our country so we can understand what is their requirements and what is our requirements. We are moving in the right direction, as I mentioned, that quality emerges out when you are maintaining the GMP, goods manufacturing practices, when you are complying with the standards, like in our Indian pharmacopoeia that is recognized in more than 14 countries. So whatever the drug is imported in our country, it has to comply with the IP standards. So all those things, and our manufacturers should be confident, whatever they are manufacturing, they should have the post-marketing surveillance team, because to get NSQ, it is not an offense. Everywhere you can get. But how you can resolve the problems? You have to do the root cause of analysis. What is CAPA you have taken, corrective and preventive action? And then you have to improve your quality. That is most important.
So very well said, sir. I'll continue with the question to you, Dr. Sharma. You've mentioned in your inaugural remarks as well in the revised Schedule M we were discussing, we were talking about the NOC. Exporters have a lot of time challenges with that. I want to put that clear idea from your side, if you can, is what are the most common gaps or challenges which you feel that the exporters, whether it is in terms of the revised Schedule M or especially for exporters for, the NOCs, which if taken care, I think, maximum problem get resolved. So if you can just pinpoint some of those compliances challenges, if you big exporters can take care of it, sir.
See, let me clarify to our audience that for export, we don't have any chapter in Drugs and Cosmetic Act, right? We have the guidelines, because every country wants that foreign revenue should be earned. But at the same time, the medicine which is used by the patients of other countries, it should be of standard quality. We cannot close our eyes. If I give you example, I don't want to quote any name of country, but there, if there is an export, they don't see anything, any standards. but we don't want to do that. And for the last 1 year, when we revised our guidelines, we didn't get even a single complaint from outside. See, if you see this African countries, they don't have the stringent regulatory authority.
Correct.
And if I mentioned, if tramadol is exported outside, it's a narcotic and psychotropic drug and a higher strength. And if they don't allow, they don't have the, this regulatory system there, how can you do that? So now, Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, they have revised the export guidelines, and they categorically mention that if you are exporting, say for example, Mauritius, Ghana, Nigeria, at least you give some evidence that from their regulatory authority that product is approved there. Tomorrow they cannot claim, oh, so many deaths are there. We are the custodian of our industry. There should be no dent on our industry.
Sorry to interrupt, sir, but can I just add in that there's always a challenge from an export marketing perspective or sales perspective, that because of us being restrictive from that perspective, there is a market being used or exported by other countries, and thereby we are losing on that business. Would that be a fair argument? I understand your point.
Yeah,
but
your point is well taken. We don't want that there should be loss of our exporter. But at the same time, our exporter should meet their regulatory authority, take a certificate. Yes, I am exporting this product. You will accept it.
fair enough.
If the other regulatory authority, see, there is a vice versa. In my country, if the drug is imported and I am not accepting, then what is the use for this one? So what I'm trying to say, we are not saying that, okay, you just go for regulatory process for 1 year registration. What we are saying that the regulator, they should say, okay, this product is safe. We are importing from this manufacturer for the so many years and there is no problem, so that tomorrow we can counter them if there is any problem.
Acceptability, if not registration, but
acceptability.
acceptability from the counterpart is of a concern which you probably say.
And see, one should be ethical.
Right. I think
If you are manufacturing the irrational combination, I mentioned that.
that's correct.
5 drugs, if you are mixing, there is a synergism effect. The drugs will give the adverse reaction and even SAE also.
That's
So
correct.
that we
That's-
don't know.
That's exactly reason why it's not like any other goods. Pharma is little different, and that's the challenge which we are playing as a pharma exporters. Rahul Singh sir, I'll want you to come in, and again the same challenge which comes out specifically. Number one from compliance perspective is Comet. Many products are not technically in this Comet, but there's a confusion in terms of compliances and challenges. Second, in terms of the norms where exporters use advance authorization as a scheme, if you can guide in terms of what are the common gaps and challenges which exporters can take care of.
Thank you. I don't think there are very less, drugs which are part of SCOMET list.
Correct.
Whatever is part of SCOMET list is actually not the drugs that we, in normal parlance, what we call drugs.
Sir, unfortunately,
you
the drugs are not part of it, but there is some indirect interpretation at the time of exports, because certain arms ammunitions or certain thing has certain percentage of some drug, and then my drug of formulation goes, and then it gets, complied.
I got your point, because sometimes, consignment get held up at port saying that, probably this is a SCOMET item also.
That's correct.
This falls under, say, Australia group or any other group, and it's a SCOMET item also. But I think the good thing about drug is it's very less in the
Yes,
pharma
very
sector.
less in
It's
numbers.
more in the chemical sector, but very less in the pharma sector. But the only solution is training, more training to industry, more outreach from Government of India for the industry, so that if there is a compliance that has to be made before the export, it is communicated early to all the exporters, and they are ready for that compliance before your product reaches the custom borders, and and then you are stuck. So
Right.
I think for that, the only solution is more outreach from our side, and we are doing it. We are doing more and more outreach. This, in fact, is also part of that, outreach
That's
only.
correct, sir.
We want any gray area in policy to be clarified to exporters beforehand, so that they can be sure that when they apply and take those advanced licenses or few licenses that we give in DGFT, they know exactly what the compliances they have to do, what documents will require for the closure. Pharma industry is a big beneficiary of advanced licenses, because the only way they can import non-registered drugs
It's through
in India for export purpose is through the
advanced
advanced license
authorization.
route. Compliance in what we have done is that compliance in that uh, uh, process is also made very liberal. You have to import first, export within 12 months. If anything is left, it has to be destroyed. Earlier, it has to be destroyed in the presence of GST officer. Now you can destroy it and self-certify it that it has been destroyed.
Correct.
Your CA certifies that, as per your books of account, it has been destroyed.
Destroyed.
So the compliances have been reduced in that also. As I've said, that it's about we reaching out to exporters, telling them what exact compliance we want when you come for the closure, and it's a continuous process. Probably we'll continue to do this. We'll have more interaction, and with that, these things will be taken care of. Thank you.
Also, I want to bring in again you back on the point is that of course I am aware of DGFT and obviously sir mentioned about the CDCSO as well, but I'll start with you is the online ease of doing business in terms of the entire platform now being everything online. So would you want to highlight the entire ecosystem currently we have with also in terms of again the challenges which you as a regulator face for common errors made by exporters. So if that can be highlighted, the aim where my today aim is that if exporters know from you that these are the key parameters as a regulator you're going to verify and make sure that they do it correctly, then the seamless process and the whole purpose of doing online and digital and ease of doing business is certified. So maybe in that sense, sir, on online platform which we have with DGFT.
Thank you for asking this question, because we take a lot of pride in the online platform that DGFT has made. Whoever is exporting, they must have seen that we have moved to a new platform from 2020 onwards. During
Yes.
COVID, we realized that everything has to be done online because of difficulties in the movement. The new platform, now our only interaction with industry is through that platform only. We don't interact with them through manual documents. Everything is, the whole of export ecosystem basically has been onboarded in that platform. The shipping bills flow from customs, the EBRCs flow from RBI, the certificate of origin requirement. Earlier, exporters have to move to different certificate of origin issuing authorities.
Sure.
Now it has come down to a single platform. You apply, go there, select your authority from which you want to get the certificates, and it is also generated online. Everything for DGFT purpose, I think 99% of our systems have become online, and it is seen in the results that as an organization we can services that we provide to exporters. Now, when I joined the organization, getting a EODC was a 1-year job. Now it is a 30 days job max. The next step that we are taking is automating EODCs also. Probably as you apply the system now with this AI summit happening, a lot of data that the system has, probably they will themselves calculate what has been, if the regulatory compliance have been done, and EODCs will be issued in an automatic environment very soon.
Right.
So I'm sure for CDSO also.
Sir, Dr. Sharma, if you want to highlight on the online platform systems, what CDCSO has.
See, we have a completely functional online system now on the Sugam portal,
Yes.
and our manufacturers or our exporter, they have to register on the Sugam portal. And for ease of doing business, we have modified 2 points. Am I audible in the last row?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. So when you are going to export, say for example, 1 crore, 100,000 tablets or 1 crore tablets in a year. So in one export NOC, you mentioned the total quantity. You need not to take the permission as per the different purchase orders, right? If you see that the total quantity of the 1 year is so much quantity, in one application you can apply. And in one application you can apply for export NOC if there is for multiple countries it has to be exported. So it is not so that for one country you have to make one application. It is not so. For 10 countries you can make your application and it can be given one point of time. So this is the reduce of time, your manpower, and as I mentioned that 5 working days we have mentioned the timeline for
Right,
this
you mentioned
export
5 days,
NOC.
yes.
And I would like to, because I would like to listen the critics also from manufacturers, because always there is a scope of improvement. If there is any delayed in the application, I like to understand from you what is the reason. But we are trying our level best, because as I mentioned, we are receiving more than 2,000 application in a month. We have the limited manpower and resources, but we are trying our level best to dispose of the application in 5 working days.
Fantastic, sir.
Yes.
So, sir, now I'll come to both of you, and this can be answered by either of you. But one very important aspect, which I believe, even when we were listening to the AI summit and everything, that yes, both of the agencies are putting everything online. It has become system-driven, automated. But then there is also a chance where there have been genuine errors and omissions or issues which have been in terms of certain either a typographical or either real unknown genuine queries. Now those come to light much later. Like example, the units are in tablets, whereas the exports have happened in numbers or kgs, or the scenario in terms of the strength. How do we, because now that system comes in picture, then there's another problem that I can't come and talk to you or have a cup of coffee and say, sir, this is what my genuine problem is, versus because the system is in place. So how do we mitigate that angle as well to keep the honest, real, small MSME exporters as well, and even large, from a genuine errors and omissions with online systems in place, sir?
You are absolutely right. You have put, the nerves, hitting the nerves. I think manufacturers has reported these complaints to you. That's why you are asking. So when you start a system, online system, there are some glitches, there are some problems. And if you are getting a typographic error in the permission, you just write a mail to us. We will issue the amendment letter on that.
Awesome.
But if you say that you want a fresh certificate, that is not feasible as per the system.
Correct.
So in continuation that NOC, we can give a clarification that it may be read as this quantity, it may be read as this drug name is typographic error, so that it can solve your problem.
Fair enough.
And there will be no problem at the airport when you are showing the export NOC.
Awesome.
Always there is a problem in the online system. I mean, this is not 100 foolproof system.
Completely.
But if there is any problem, you can write a mail to us.
I think the real crux of having a Chintan Shivir and this panel discussion is to find solutions, like sir you have just mentioned. Let's have solutions, not have a problem. So round of applause to sir. Singh sir, Dr. Rahul,
One more point,
yes,
if you
please. Sir,
see, there is a problem sometimes when we upload the NOC permission. Then in that case, you are not able to upload sometime, right? Download नहीं कर सकते आप. तो आप क्या करते हैं, हमको 50 रोज हमारे को मेल आती हैं, हम दोबारा से उसको अपलोड करते हैं so that they can download. And even we are sending the mail also. So these are the glitches and hassles. Don't worry about that. You write a mail to us immediately, within 2 or same day, we will issue the amendment letter.
Thank you so much. Rahul sir, I mean, before Rahul sir answer, I'll tell you something which I apparently understand from exporters, and I will take a note from sir as well, is very simply said that, they email it to you. I'll tell you honestly, there are times where exporters have not updated their email in their profile correctly. Their records are old and unupdated. That also sometimes creates a challenge. Rahul sir, I believe that's the reason why we have profile updation mandatory every financial year in IEC.
Yes, we have made profile updation mandatory because, all documents that move from DGFT to exporters also go to the registered mail. So a lot of times exporters miss important communication because the mail has not been updated. That's the challenge. And as far as issues of, small challenges that you face if the shipping bill has been filed in numbers, packets, kgs. For that, the only solution right now, because everything is calculated by system only, there's less scope of human intervention. The only way out in these cases are actual human intervention, which an officer can take a call and then
That's
he can
exact.
issue. And for that, that is the reason we are here. Otherwise, rest all the things the system is actually taking care of. And we do get, in fact, pharma is the only sector in which such issues crop up. And I can assure you that in Ahmedabad office, we have cleared all those files. We have not stopped any
Rahul sir,
files.
just to take a leap
just
from,
because
yeah, a round of
of
applause
these
for
issues.
him as well. Rahul sir, if you want to add and probably inform the exporters in terms of the kind of video conferencing facility which is available. So
Yes, we also do video conferencing daily. We encourage you to interact with us through video conferencing. We do it every day at 11 o'clock from 11 to 12, between 11 to 12. If any exporter has any issue with the department, with any issue in the regulatory environment in any way, they can join that video conferencing, and we try to solve their queries in that video conferencing. So the link is available, and it's not only for DGFT Ahmedabad, it's for across all DGFT offices. Our headquarters also do it. The links are available in our website, and the timing is from 11 and 12, between 11 and 12. So if you have any issues pertaining to our office, you're free to join. And generally I attend. If it's in my office, I attend, I try to solve those issues. And if I'm not able to solve those issues, I'll give you a solution, what best can be done in that case. Thank you.
right. Dr. Sharma, you want to add something? Do we have a
Yes.
contact system with you, or should we bombard you with emails only?
See, I like to point out some known compliances which are made by the traders and manufacturers.
Please, sir.
So when there is a proper checklist in our how to apply for the NOC, and if you are not uploading the purchase order, it means your application will be delayed. You are not giving the proper drug name, drug mention in the covering letter is different, but in the purchase order it is different.
Cut, copy, paste.
There is a confusion. So my request is that this is a very simple checklist for the narcotics and psychotropic drug, that is the old one. For unapproved drug, you are not even, submitting the manufacturing license.
Right.
So it is very important to assess by the reviewer that all the documents are in order. Then only when your complete application is there, then only it can be issued the export NOC.
All right, perfect. So I think very well clear, very well clarified in terms of an online and a system that exporters can do. We have a time for taking a couple of questions. Anybody in the export audience? Bharat sir has a question. Can we have a mic, please? Quickly. So exporters can prepare themselves. We have regulators here, and we'll take a couple of questions.
Very good morning, sir.
Sir.
So both the regulators are here, and this is a very relevant. There are many formulations where still cyan are not fixed, and we are finding very difficult to get the advanced authorization. And again, when the EODC, we have to file under this no norms for those advanced authorization. We are unable to, get in a right time the decision clear from the Delhi, and that creates the problem of DL. So we are falling on defaulter list. So earlier we have, when I took that challenge and some 36, 37 products and we fixed, but at that time, one gentleman was there, Mr. Mathur, but then now there is no technical expert available there with the DGFT. So now since both regulators are here, this issue can be resolved by, having someone from the CDSU who can help you to get many of the products cyan fixed. Thank you, sir.
I get this point. Sign fixation and sign updation is a regular process. issue is that Pharmaxil has to take it up. The industry body has to apply. They have to. Any molecule which becomes export relevant should have a sign. That's the point. If it is export relevant, it should have a sign, or it should be covered under the general sign of 2% or 5% wastage that we get. But if and what is also allowed is that if any company has got the norm fixed, normally Indian pharma exports, you don't have the molecule which is not exported. You will have a competitor who is already exporting that molecule, and if the norm is fixed for any other company, you can use the same norm for application in your case also. But I agree with you that norm fixation and sign updation is required. Probably Pharmexil, this could be one of the take points which
And probably, sir, we could
from
use-
Chintan Shivir, that updation of sign norms and inclusion of molecules which are relevant now for exports in that sign book is required.
And so maybe when this science exercise is happening, we could use, assistance of regulators like CDCSO, where technical data is not available. They could be of our help and probably help in getting that science regularized. All right, we can have one more question quickly. Anybody who have a pain point? Yes, sir, ma'am, please. Okay. Just a second, ma'am. Can we have a mic on, please? Ma'am, is it on?
Hello.
Yes.
Yeah. Good morning, sir. Sir, this is regarding NOC permission you just spoke about. So we generally need product permission at two stages. First is when we are registering our product, and second stage when we are commercializing it. So as per the current procedure, we need to submit either the registration certificate or import permit from the importing countries. At the time of commercial order, that is okay. We will have this document available. We can submit it to you. But at the beginning, initial stage, when we are registering our product, at that time, these documents are not available with us. So in that case, there should be an alternative like which is feasible to submit at that time. Then we can amend our the application or product permission when we are commercializing with the registration certificate. But at the initial stage, there should be a way ahead or suggested by you.
Yeah, this is a very good question asked by you. See what happens. Many of the applications we are receiving, that in the IRF form, means application, you are mentioning 2 lakhs tablets. How can we ensure that it is only for registration purpose, not for the commercial use? For registration purpose, there must be some quantity, no? It has to be justified. You write that this is for registration purpose. This 10,000 tablets we are forwarding for the registration purpose, and these are the testing has to be carried out by them. Then we will issue.
I think there is no provision like what is the purpose of this application.
You have to write. In your one undertaking, you have to mention in this, right? That wherever we are asking, okay, you give the import registration certificate. It means import registration certificate is not with you.
Yes.
Then you write this is for registration purpose. And you attach the undertaking that this country will use this material only for registration purpose, for testing purpose.
Okay.
And reduce the quantity in the application form. How can we give the 5 lakhs tablet for registration? It is not feasible.
Time of registration, we don't even need a quantity also. We just need a product permission. We just need a COPP to accompany our dossier. So definitely we can supplement our application with the undertaking as you suggest.
Yes, yes.
Second thing, sir, this is one product like azithromycin 250 mg tablet. This is a conventional formulation available in market. I want to export this product in the form of granules, not as a tablet. This is an intermediate to in between to form a tablet. So if I want to export granules, then I have to take permission in the name of granules for azithromycin tablet. So in that case, this is not a new product. This is just a conventional product which is already approved in the market. This is just a stage is intermediate of that finished formulation. So in that case, I'm not able to get the direct permission from FDA. I again need to route it through NOC.
No. If for granules you are applying,
Yes.
it means that will be used by the manufacturer. It will be processed further,
Yes.
right?
Process further at the importing country.
Importing country.
Yes.
So my question is, you add this manufacturing license of that company in this application that it will be used for further processing,
Okay.
right? So it will give a evidence to that this will not be misused.
Okay. So
Means we are not asking you that you give the registration certificate of the granules. Just we are asking where you will market.
So this should be routed through NOC, or this is just a PP?
This is a undertaking, your undertaking.
No, but it should be routed through CDSCO, through NOC product permission.
Product permission will be, yes, we will give for the granules. Because granules का ये है कि आपको export NOC लेने में problem क्या है?
Sir,
It is recorded, हमारे पास record है उसका कि कितना granules export किया है. कल को DGFT पूछता है CDSCO से, कल को parliament question आता है. Is there any fees for export NOC? No. You apply granules, we'll give.
Great. So, ma'am, you'll have to apply it and add as an undertaking as sir rightly, advised us. Right.
ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. If the strength is 300, 250 approved है और आप कोई दूसरा formulation 1000 mg का आप उसको करेंगे, that is an approved drug. But for the granules, the drug is already approved, the active moiety, then.
Sir, I think both the questions were very interesting, very relevant. And
Yes, sir.
sir, you have also given absolutely resolution which is satisfactory to us. But somehow if this can be conveyed to the officers and the department, and if a small instruction or something, because that's not the way that we are experiencing it.
That's why I want to know whether you have applied, what was our response. You meet me, come to my office, send a mail if you cannot come. All right?
Sure, sir.
See, this is from, say October 2025, the new guidelines has come and
Yes.
3-4 months. So sometimes reviewers say, no, we want registration, so we be on the safer side. So we are accepting, I mean, if you are for registration purpose, or for registration purpose also in the guideline it is written that there should be import registration. But we are considering that it is not for commercial use, just to, help the industry.
Facilitate it.
Yes.
Perfect. I think it's a correct amalgamation of solutions and queries. I think, thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. Both the panelists, before we close for the day, we have yesterday night had a ace in the sleeve coming from the US. For the good or the bad, I don't know. Something which you have for our exporters, is there something coming in future? Something from CDCSO, something from the policy, from DGFT for exporters, good, bad, ugly, something nice which we should be prepared for. We have a financial year coming over, sir. Anything, some news breaking points. I mean, I want to close this with something which you can, tell exporters. So like our vice chairman was saying, and Dr. Viranji Shah was mentioning, are we prepared for the future? Something from the regulatory side. Dr. Rahul Singh, if you want to go first.
Yeah, I'll be lying to you if I said I know what is coming from the US. Nobody knows. I also don't know what is happening in, what will come in the US. But I think with this, the FTA that we'll have, when the text comes, that will bring the policy clarity for the exports to US market. One more thing, just before we wind up this session, I just say yesterday our Honorable Commerce Minister has informed about few of the pillars of export promotion mission. The export promotion mission was there in the budget. Now it has been implemented.
Yes.
There is Niryat Disha. Interest subvention was already there. There is export factoring which is coming. The support for accessing the buyer-sellers meet will be provided to industry bodies. There is focus of on e-commerce exports.
E-commerce exports,
So
warehousing.
all these are coming, which will help small and MSME exporters take that first plunge in the international market.
Perfect. Dr. Sharma, your final words.
We like to have the hand holding with the manufacturers and the traders for export. If you have any issue, please contact us. There should be a scientific discussion, right? And our manufacturers and the traders should not be deprived for exporting the drug. As you mentioned that other countries are trying to, introduce themselves. We don't want to give that space. But at the same time, I would like to say that quality is not an act, it is a habit. We have to inculcate that. And the quality is resulted from sincere efforts and skillful execution. In the last, I would like to say, we have to work for the patient's safety together. Winston Churchill has quoted that the greatest assets of the country is the healthy people. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Guys, sorry, I'm seriously very sorry, guys. We have really a lot of people lined up. Guys, listen, sir. Sir, my humble request. We have breaks, we have people, we have other panelists. Sir, microphone.
Hello. Good morning, sir. It's question to Mr. Ravi, sir, Dr. Ravi, sir. It's regarding the export NOC. We are getting export NOC on a regular basis. We are exporting the goods, but
Sir, question. मुद्दे पे आ
there-
जाइए sir, question.
You introduce yourself and your name of company.
Sir, my name is Jimit Desai. I'm from Lincoln Pharmaceutical Limited, sir.
Which company?
Lincoln Pharmaceutical Limited. सर सवाल ये है कि हमको एक्सपोर्ट एनओसी मिलता है, उसमें एक कंडीशन है कि दैट एक्सपोर्ट एनओसी प्रोडक्ट शुड हैव अ लेबल और मेंशनिंग दैट दिस प्रोडक्ट इज ओनली फॉर एक्सपोर्ट नॉट फॉर डोमेस्टिक. वो एक लेबल लगाना है जहाँ पे ये अपना प्रोडक्ट पे हो या नहीं तो शिपर पे, दो कंपलसरी है. और वो हमारा कस्टम्स में वो क्वेरी आता है सर. वो बट वो जब मैं लेबल लगाऊं तो जो इंपोर्टिंग कंट्री रहेगा उसके लिए तो वो डोमेस्टिक हो जाएगा. तो वो कंपलसरी क्यों है और वो क्या रेलेवेंट है सर?
This question, I think you sent the mail also to us from the Lincoln. We got
yes,
it.
yes, sir.
And this we have clarified to our airport office. And my airport office has written to the custom.
Okay, sir.
They should not insist that it is for export purpose. This is a commercial activity.
Yes, sir.
Right? You meet the custom, take in writing, we will clarify.
Yeah, definitely, sir.
They should not hamper the, export.
Yeah.
You tell us about the zonal office, any problem.
Okay.
I remember that we received this mail and we immediately act on that.
Okay. Many exit ports are asking.
No. If something goes wrong, I will go with you with the custom officers.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Fantastic, sir. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much. Guys, I think finally we can honestly understand and say that this session, or this first moderation session, has reinforced a very important aspect that regulations are not barriers. In fact, if understood well, they are enablers for creditability, trust, and global acceptance. Friends, please join me on my personal behalf, on all your behalf, to thank, and on behalf of Firm Excel, to thank our two panelists, Dr. Rahul Singh, Joint DGFT, Dr. Ravi Kumar Sharma, CDCSO, for joining on this panel discussion. This is Mihisha signing off. Thank you, guys. Have a wonderful day and an insightful session. Thank you.
Sir, I would like to invite Mr. Bhavin Patel, COA member, to felicitate Shri Mihir Shah with a memento. Also, I would request for the group photo, please. Thank you so much, sir. This session was very inspirable for all of us. So, the tea break, on a positive note, we are going to cancel due to the shortage of time, and we are moving ahead with the next session. So, ladies and gentlemen, you can take your tea and come back. We are having really a short time, so please come back as soon as possible. Within two minutes, please come back for the next session, requesting all of you. ताकि 2 मिनट में वापस आने के लिए आपने बोला लेके आ जाओ ऐसा बोलना है मुझे सर ने बोला कि आपने बोला लेके आ जाओ ऐसा बोलना है
मैंने पहले क्या बोला व्हाट डिड आई से मैम एक मिनट मैं क्या समझाता हूं, एक मिनट मैम एक मिनट आएंगे मैम ठीक है
बेल होगा Ladies and gentlemen, I would request everyone to come inside as soon as possible. We are having short time to process the further sessions, please. અહીંયા ટી બ્રેક ખેલું છે પછી મને આઈટી જઈને બરાબર પેલો આવીને મને કે ટી બ્રેક કેમ લીધું તો હું શું અહીંયા નિહાળ્યો ઉપર સાંભળવાનું પૂછું વધારું પેલો તમારામાં તો કન્ફર્મ થઈ જાવ કે શું કરવાનું છે ને શું નહીં પણ એવું નહીં હોય ને યાર કામ કર્યા પછી માણસને આવી રીતે તમને ખબર નથી કે તમારી પાસે ટાઈમ નથી બરાબર ના પણ પછી અહીંયા જે ઊભો હતો એ અલગ છે પછી પેલી બાજુ જે આઈન છે એ અલગ છે તો અહીંયા ટી બ્રેક શું લખેલું છે આ શું છે આ એક હદ સુધી સાંભળે માણસો સવારથી પાછળ પ્રેશર કરે નાખે છે મગજ ઉપર ના બટ મારું કામ બગડે ને યાર જો આ નામ આવી રીતે નામ લખી દીધા આમાં આની લખેલું ફોન કોને આપશે મેં આઈને બધું લખ્યું પછી આ બધી વસ્તુઓ પહેલાથી લખેલી નહીં હોવી જોઈએ પછી મને પેલું આવીને ચિંતાઈ રહ્યું એની વાત કરવાની નામ છે કે કઈ રીતની વાત કરાય માણસ જોડે હોય છે આમાં નહીં શેના માટે અને એક મિનિટ અહીંયાથી પેલો મને કીધું કે 2 મિનિટ થાવ લઈને એવું કહેવાનું એવું નહીં ના કારણ પેલાને કરવાનું હતું તો મને કેમ કીધું કે 2 મિનિટમાં પાછા હોય मराठी आहे का पण मराठी मी तर राहायला इथंच आहे तो वस्त्रावर हाँ Ladies and gentlemen, we are having a very short time to process further. We have a lot sessions. So we are moving ahead with the next session. So requesting all of you to come together by here as soon as possible, please. Requesting all of you once again to gather over here that we can start our next session. So we have more sessions ahead and we are running with a short time. So ladies and gentlemen, once again requesting all of you to come over here that we can start our next session as soon as possible.
सकाळपासून डोकं आता मी फर्स्ट टाइम आले, मला सगळ्यांचे नावं माहित असणार का इथे? मग मागे पुढे जर वस्तू झाली तर मग ते माझ्यावर ढकलायचं आणि म्हणे की चहाचा ब्रेक, म्हणे इथे लिहिलाय चहाचा ब्रेक. मी आधी कॅन्सल बोलले नाही इथे. तो बाजूनी काय बोलला की 2 मिनिटात चहा घेऊन यायला सांगा. मग तिकडून तो ओरडला की चहा कशाला घेत, म्हणजे तुमचाच जर नाहीये तर तुम्ही दुसऱ्याला कशाला त्रास देता. आणि मग नंतर इव्हेंटच्या नंतर काय बोलतील की मी व्यवस्थित नाही केलं. थोड़ा सा लो वॉल्यूम में म्यूजिक स्टार्ट कर लेना, थोड़ा सा एकदम लो.
So our next session title is Market, the Global Playbook, Scaling Excellence through Entrepreneurial Journey, Insights and Takeaways. Ladies and gentlemen, we are processing ahead for the next session. So requesting all of you to come here and gather over here. Please take your seats, everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are moving ahead with our next session, Market, the Global Playbook, Scaling Excellence through Entrepreneurial Journey, Insights and Takeaways. For this session, I would like to invite Sri Vivek Parthiban, Vice Chairman, Kaplan Point. Please welcome on the stage, sir. Thank you. So I hope we are all set for the next session. Yes or no, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready? So please welcome Shri Vivek Parthiban, Vice Chairman, Kaplan Point. Give a big round of applause, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Farmexcel, to all the dignitaries that spoke before me. To be very honest, I think there's multiple more people in the audience that are much better accomplished to be here rather than ourselves. But whatever little that I can do justice to, I'll try to do today. For those that don't know, we are Kaplan Point. We are a public listed company based out of Chennai. Our maximum presence is in Latin America. In fact, 80% of our current revenues come from Latin America, and the other 20% is from the US. Almost everyone that we speak to asks us the question, why Latin America? And unanimously, the answer has always been there's not too many Indians and Chinese in those places. Because especially most of the companies that are from here, most of the companies that are from China, they have much better, control over the costs, much better supply chain robustness, etc. So for us, it was easier to go to the countries where most other people fear to go rather than compete on pricing and products and supply chain, etc. I also, I will not be doing justice to the story at all if I didn't speak about how the company was founded. My father came to Chennai from a small village called Gumadipundi outside Tamil Nadu with around 10 rupees in his pocket. He was not educated in pharmaceuticals. He was not a technical person, still not. And came to Chennai with a leftist leaning mindset. He calls it bag full of rice and a head full of ignorance. That's what he calls when he first came to Chennai. Because it was quite romantic back in those days to be a leftist leaning person. And of course, he came from poverty as well, right? Like many of the success stories that we've heard here as well. In fact, my brother's name is Ashok Gorky, after the communist poet Maxim Gorky. So he was always very pro-poverty. That's what he called it. I always used to be pro-poverty, but an incident in 1983 sort of changed his outlook towards life, which is my brother was 1 year old and he was struck down with typhoid and he didn't have money to put him in a private hospital. So he had to put him in a government hospital and he was literally around half a day away from being quite critical. That's when he realized that, being pro-poverty is neither helping himself, the people around him, or the community at large. So it would be easier to just be pro-poor. So that's when he got away from that mindset and then got a job as a medical representative at a company called Chowgle Pharmaceuticals. I don't think the company exists anymore. And then that was the first stint towards pharmaceuticals. Even today, he calls himself, his education is BA in history. And he says below average in history, So no technical expertise. Even we don't have any. I mean, the two sons also don't have any technical expertise. So we have to rely on number one, the road less traveled, which is what, in my opinion, Latin America is, and number two, slowly transitioning into a company that is evolving into product level differentiation and technology led differentiation. The road less traveled has been with us as a pattern throughout whatever little we are today. And it comes with quite a lot of risks, right? It's, I mean, the easiest thing for us to have probably done is go to Southeast Asia, East Africa, MENA, and all of that. But again, there was significant competition there, and we didn't have the kind of product differentiation that we have today. So we needed to go to places, like I said, where most other people feared to go. In fact, the company that was founded in 1990, we were very quick to go public in 1994. When I asked my dad the question, why did we go public so quickly? He said there was another company, I don't know if it still is in existence, called I think it was called Unicorn Pharmaceuticals or something, that had around 1 crore of revenue in 1993. And I think we had 1.2 crore of revenue at that time. And he said, when he's going public, I can also go public, you know. So we collected around 91 lakhs from the public, and then we put that into our Pondicherry side. Still works very well today, still is one of our cash cows for the company. But as is always the case with first-gen entrepreneurs, there was not enough consolidation. Not enough balance between consolidation and expansion. So there was, Dad's always prided himself about being a good marketing person. So he spent most of his time going out and developing markets, but we didn't have the technical expertise or the right kind of scale-up capabilities in-house. So what started with a lot of fanfare in 1994 was quickly going downhill. By 99, the company went bankrupt. So it became an NPA, and that's when he took the bags and then went to the war-torn countries of Africa, basically Eastern Africa and Somalia, Somaliland, and then to West Africa, Guinea, Angola, and everything. And then slowly we went into something called as a warehousing concept, which continues to work quite well for the company even today. So rather than compete with exporters, what we decided was we wanted to put our products closer to the customer. So we opened up a warehouse in Angola. I mean, before that, multiple other things happened. That'll take too long for me to talk about. You know, on the second day that he was in Angola, they put a gun to his head and then they took away his briefcase. Little did they know that the briefcase had nothing other than product samples. So he had to give $200 to actually take the briefcase back. You know, and then he started an Indian restaurant in Angola just to get some contacts, because there was no one that he knew from the pharmaceutical business. So those are all things, of course, you should probably hear it from him rather than me. So once the warehousing concept started to take off, we thought that the next market that was largely untapped was Latin America and the Caribbean. And that's when my brother came into the business in 2004. And then we set up the same warehousing concept in Dominican Republic. And then I came in 2005 and I went off to China. So, of course, many people ask us if we are second-gen entrepreneurs. We're not. We are 1.5-gen, because by the time we came in, the company was just about steadying its ship. You know, we were about 21 crore in revenue in 2005. And I actually went to China to source medical disposables, etc. But very quickly, I realized that, you know, China is very good at manufacturing. You needed to, you get what you paid for over there, right? So your safety pins that break the minute you touch them also gets manufactured there. Your BMWs and Apple laptops were also manufactured there. So we realized that when this is an opportunity where a country can actually manufacture at speed, skill, scale, etc., why should we try and reinvent the wheel of bringing all the APIs back to India and then creating huge amounts of infrastructure? Of course, we couldn't afford to also create that infrastructure back in the day. But we thought, why should we reinvent the wheel? Why not we just have the finished product itself manufactured over there? So long story short, between 2005 and 12, which is when I was living in China, I speak fluent Mandarin as well from my time over there, because I was living in a third-tier city over there. Today, China contributes to almost 30-35% of all the revenue that we have from Latin America. So that was another, I would say, slight product business model differentiation that we had. But during this period, we were also expanding quite well into the smaller markets of LATAM. Of course, most of the countries where we operate in, people couldn't, point out to on a map, because it's all smaller countries like Guatemala, Ecuador, Chile, Nicaragua, Costa Rica, Panama, Honduras. But it actually works well for us that most of you can't point out to it on a map, because you'll take more time to come there and compete with us. But the truth is, I think in many ways, if you keep a product affordable, accessible, and available at a place where it is not any of these things, you have yourself a business model. The one other thing that we did was, rather than go there and then work with importers, we actually put up our own warehouses and then started importing on our own, and then we distribute on our own as well. I'm not preaching to the choir by any means at all over here, but I'm proud to say that today, on a monthly average, we reach around 20,000 points of sale individually in Latin America. So close to, thank you. So 65% of our business is to the wholesalers, and the other 25% is to pharmacies directly, and 10% is through tenders. There's enough and more people that don't understand the company's business model. I've heard so many nice stories of how it could have been around. I don't want to get into too many of that, but honestly speaking, if you provide a good quality product at an affordable price and you make sure the product is accessible, I think this is one thing that many of us are still trying to actively achieve, which is accessibility for these products. It's good to have a good quality product. It's very good to have, much better to have a product that is available at the markets, because control over the supply chain is something that many of us take for granted. And in the midst of it all, if there's a human element to it, I think there is a much more compelling story. I will take a minute to tell you a story in Guatemala, which is one of our largest markets. My niece was going through surgery, and during that time, the doctor came to my brother who lived in Guatemala at the time, saying that, do you have this product called piperacillin tazobactam, right? And we said, yes, we do. It's a common product of ours. And they said, is there any chance at all that we can get 6 vials of that product? We said, doctor, this is a regular product for us, so whatever you want. We gave it to them. And then about a month later, he gets a knock on his door, and then he opens the door, and then there's an old lady with a basket full of bananas. And he said, what's the story? She said, about a month ago, my kid was in hospital, and we didn't have money to, pay for his infection, pay for his surgery and everything. And then the doctor came in saying that he got this from, they called a person from very far away. I don't have the money to pay you back, but the only thing I have is these bananas that grow in my backyard, So these are all stories that, the countries where we operate in are not the safest places in the world, but some of these blessings, I think, have kept us where we are. And thank you. And slowly in 2015-16, we started sort of evolving from the little markets, smaller markets in Latin America to some of the larger places. We got into injectables for the US. And today, over the last 7-8 years, that part of the business has slowly grown from almost pre-revenue to almost 20% of our business today. And of course, now we are getting into the road well traveled against all the big boys. So the only thing that we are trying to do is trying to stay true to what our pattern of earlier success was, which is keeping the products closer to the customer at an affordable rate. Hopefully it works for us. But I think a couple of things that I want to probably leave behind is number one, we've all been thrown the whole AI and robotics question and everything. I think at some level we need to ask ourselves, in the next 4 to 5 years, or even earlier than that, when there is humanoids coming into the facility where you're literally taking away, and let's say an aseptic process, or you're taking away something that was performed by humans, where exactly does our cost competitiveness remain in the equation? Where exactly is going to be our differentiation as Indian companies that are able to do products at cheaper, at a better scale, etc.? Because I think, I might be wrong with this, but I think the era of deglobalization is well and truly upon us. Some people are doing it very quietly, like the Saudis that said that, by 2030, you need to manufacture at my place. Some people are very loud about it. I don't want to get into details of who they are. So I think at some level, we need to ask ourselves the question, with all of that CapEx that we're all putting in, we've done over 1,100 crores of capex over the last 5-6 years, right? So at some level, you need to ask yourselves the question, where is this all going? And as a counter to it, the only other thing that I can think of is I read a book called Same as Ever by Morgan Housel, where he says, you're always asking the question about what's going to change in 5-6 years, but how about flipping the question out and asking what is going to remain the same in 5 years? And at least to the best of my knowledge, what's going to remain the same is people want affordable products, people want quality products, and people want some sort of differentiation when they buy. So with that, I'd like to say that that's probably going to remain the same as ever, whether it is now or 5 years. Happy to open the floor to any questions, but more than glad that I had an opportunity to come here and speak in front of all of you stalwarts and share a little piece of what we are today. And thank you so much. Thanks for the audience. Thank you. Sir, I think we are trying to figure that out ourselves with everything, but we are growing in. That's my cue to stop, I think. I think we are growing in 3 different directions. One is the US, one is the larger markets of Latin America, and the other one is our entry into oncology. So from a business perspective, that's what it is. But from an overall perspective, I think whatever that we've been able to create in South America, if we can replicate that in some of these other markets, it could be a sticky business. That's what I would say. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, please. Yeah. Trend towards deglobalization. Yes, yes. Markets that you are already in. Yeah. 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 Thank you, sir. So I think from whatever discussions that we've had, and I'm not just talking about South America, I'm talking about the US as well, right? Everybody is very keen to buy local. Everybody is very keen to support something that was made in their own countries, but not for 1 cent more than what they are paying right now. Right? So I think the costing perspective is going to be very important, which is why I'm thinking at some level, once robotics and AI comes in thick and fast, you're going to have a situation where the cost of manufacturing a product in India or Mexico or the US is not going to be too different. So what are we really doing to get a little bit ahead of the curve rather than watch it go by is going to be important. And I think COVID was a big leveler for many people. They want security over where their products come from. They want to ensure that their supply chains are intact when the next, I'm going to call it XYZ, hits us. So I think for sure deglobalization is in, and it will happen by default because of the fact that everything is going to get automated sooner or later.
Well, you have given an insight and well told about deglobalization and localization to happen for sure, which in fact Pharmaxil has also been seen in the reports that yes, there is a pressure on that. How do you see the Indian exports industry for pharma to nurture, and what do you see the impact of it on the Indian exporters per se with their infrastructure and their current export base to pharma on that?
So that one word that you used, right, that infrastructure part is probably going to be the most important thing that will protect us, I would say, at least over the short term, because the kind of infrastructure that we've created, even Mr. Mehul, I just met this morning, I heard that he has the largest, ointment and dermatology facility in the world. Now, that's not going to be created in 2 years. Right? That's not going to be created in 5 years. So some of these infrastructure, these hard assets that we've created, which are going to be used by all these robotics and AI that's coming our way, is not going to happen overnight. And when that happens, I'm going to assume that India is well positioned as someone that is, very much in the cutting edge of things when it comes to technology, or at least we adopt ourselves to that level so we can actually sail that through. But eventually, I think the infrastructure that we have built over the last 20, 25 years will sail us through for some more time. But upgrading that to adopt to what the latest levels of automation and AI is going to come through is going to be key. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And
Thank
I
you so
think
much.
One
Thanks for
more
your time.
question, one quick question from Bhavin.
Yeah.
Mr.
So
Ji.
good to hear you and thank you for coming. So as the company has a professional managing director, right? So my thing was you are two brothers, the father and the managing director. So how do you balance all of them, Because ultimately it's a family driven company, no doubt, but professionally, right? So the question is, how do you manage that?
The easy answer would be that we say what dad says, but the truth is, we have by default sort of different roles. My brother has been living in Latin America longer than he's been living in India. He's been there 23 years. I'm 41, but I've been with the company for 21 years. So I've been in charge of operations and the US business. Dad takes, touchwood, a healthy 72. He's overall in charge of strategy. But the truth is, as we grow, we've got multiple levers that we need to operate. And if we don't delegate, we are going to be denying ourselves the opportunity to grow at a level that we are capable of growing. But so I would say, by all means, if there was anything that will stop us from the rate of growth, it's our inability to delegate and create a good team. But that's something that we are actively working on. Yeah.
Thank you, Vivek, sir. I would now just request Sri Vishal Rajgaria to come on stage and give a memento to Sri Vivek, sir.
I would like to request for group photo, sir. Please. So the next session is fire chat session. Riddhi ka mantra, growth ka yantra, focusing on the next decade for pharma exports. Our moderator, Dr. Viranchi Shah, Director, Saga Life Sciences, and our speaker for the session, Shri Mehul Shah, MD, Ncube Ethicals. Please welcome, sir.
Thank you, Vivek ji, for this very inspiring talk. Today, we have with us Mehul Bhai, who I believe almost everybody sitting in this audience has either heard about or has heard him at on various occasions at IDMA and other platforms. Mehul Bhai, he has over 39 years of entrepreneurial experience in technical and business leadership, building Ncube into a global leader in topical business. Friends, his company, the site they have at Goa is perhaps the single largest ointment manufacturing facility in the world. And yet, he has also built another one in MP, which in my understanding is equally large. Some statistics about his facility, I think they can produce almost 2.5 times the quantity of ointments that the entire US uses in a year. So that is the kind of scale they operate at. In terms of valuation, I don't think he will be too happy to discuss this. But
I was just last night trying to compute some numbers, and 39 years. It looks like he is doing business since birth. Translates into some 13,000 days of work, and the worth of his company is almost 2 billion, which is about 18,000 crores. So I was just wondering how he is building 1.5 crores of value every day. If you do it that way. So that is the kind of vriddhi that he has brought to his company. Mehul Bhai was instrumental in bringing the concept of vriddhi that we did at IDMA. You must be aware, friends, that we had a very good 2 sessions where we focused on how to scale business. So today, we have the right person on the right subject, and the term vriddhi and the scale up that we are using today is out of inspiration of what Mehul Bhai does. Mehul Bhai, you are instrumental in setting up the vriddhi program under IDMA. So it has been a grand success, and it has inspired a lot of entrepreneurs. What is the thought process that went in your coming into a concept that nobody had ever thought in the last several decades?
Thank you, Viranchi Bhai. If you see our Indian market, we talk about billions or crores, say $60 billion. How many of you are aware that top 10 companies of our country is what percentage of total India market, or including exports? Can anyone tell? Top 10 is 45%. Approximately 25 billion out of 60 billion is by top 10 companies. What about top 20 companies? 75% of India market is, that is, you can say closer to 4 lakh crore, is right now dominated by only 20 players in the country. So when this term Vriddhi was coined, constantly in my mind was going on that I was part of visioning exercise with Mansukh Bhai. If you remember, Viranchi Bhai was also there. And we all agreed that by 2047, India's independence, Indian pharma industry will be closer to $450 billion. It may be debatable how with this AI and all other things, how it will happen and all, but $450 billion. So look at the size of opportunity. We are talking about, it took almost 78 years post-independence to touch 60 billion. But it's not far. In 2005, it was just $5 billion. Now, when things are growing so fast, this top 20 companies contribute 4 lakh crore. For example, Sun Pharma, 1 year growth is closer to $1 billion now. Growth. Now imagine that we all are talking about, we all are coming from medium scale. Everyone is between 100 crore, 1,000 crore, maximum 1,500 crore. We are talking about 50 crore and 100 crore increase year. Our sum total of all of us, it is going to be, Sun Pharma is going to be more than that. Plus you are seeing acquisitions. It is happening. Indian companies are acquiring now more assets all across. So Vriddhi, it cannot be just prerogative of only few large companies. The size of pie is going to be so large. We have to believe that we have to be part of this. Now there may be hundreds of issues and difficulties, but unless everything Vriddhi starts with the brain, and it is all entrepreneurs' mindset. So when we did 2 Vriddhi, the 2 program, the first session was attended by 150 people in Mumbai, and second 430 people were there. First session was based on one book of which was released by Bain and Company called Founders Mentality. If you think small, you will end up achieving 80-90% of that only. So unless you think big, vriddhi will not happen. So it's all theory of relativity. How much you want to think big, it's in your hand. To give one small incident, in 2015, our turnover was 181 crore. And that particular year, we got some contract manufacturing OTC business from US. And next year, we did 265 crore. Almost 45% increase. And Dilip Bhai was at site. For something he had come to Goa and he visited our factory. So I was very, you can say, overwhelmingly narrating the story that, sir, we have grown 45% this year. So he laughed at me little and said, Mehul, in absolute term, it is not even 90 crore. So percentage and all matters only when you grow big. Till the time we are, and compared to, we are talking about $1 trillion, $1.5 trillion industry all over the world. I don't think we have to worry on whether robotics or AI or anything. We have to only focus on growth. And that's Vriddhi. That's all about. We are all here, right? So unless, because there will be at any given point of a time. For example, I was recently in Gujarat, Chirag Bhai's factory. So few small manufacturers were there. तो मैंने कहा आप 10 साल पहले भी रोते थे, 20 साल पहले भी रोते थे, आज भी रो रहे हो. Then do you have any cakewalk in business? There's no way. We are always going to have challenges, whether it is government, regulatory, approval, CDSCO, everything will happen. Still, you have to determine, you have to get determined to grow. Now that's the whole thought about it. And second time, we had almost 10 sessions in Vriddhi, where we got experts from the industry in various subject matter, starting from family matters to API to digitalization to other thing. Aim was that how do you inspire people that every person should have at least 2 take-home messages, and person must feel that there is enough which we can do to grow. And before I tell Viranchi Bhai for next question, I was very fortunate to do fireside chat with Mr. N. Chandra, Tata Sons, during 60th celebration of IDMA, 60th year annual day. And if you have seen non-Parsi person, first time Tata, and during his tenure at that time, before 4 years, Tata Sons, the entire company's valuation went up by 5 times. So I asked him, what did you do? So there was one paper cutting. He said only 3 things: strengthen the core, transform the core, and look for related new businesses. Strengthen the core. And I think that I will come during the course of chat, that what does it mean? Like today, you must have seen the common theme all across: quality, quality, quality. So by default, you have to identify what is your core, where do you want to transform, and then where do you want to grow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mehul bhai. Mehul bhai, selecting a dosage form, which is very honestly not the mainstream, not conventional, because when we see the global statistics, we see oral dosage is doing almost 60-70% of the global volumes. Selecting a dosage form like ointments, which was not mainstream, I would say. Building a organization that has a capability to cater to the world, and then actually taking it to US and the largest markets. So what was this journey of scalability for you, and how did you take it step by step?
I think story is similar to what he mentioned about that in terms of competition and how others are thinking. See, 1986, I passed my pharmacy. I was 20. And that time one new company was born. You might be aware, Crosslands Research. And they had, Volini originally was developed by them. And by the way, Volini was developed by us in a garage in the year 1988. And those days also, topical was one part of everybody's business. Those days, Quadriderm, Merck Sharp Dome, a lot of other brands were there. But Crossland was the first company was solely focused on topicals. And I was very fortunate that from a 900 square feet, very small area in Mumbai, I used to do contract manufacturing for them. I used to do products at a CDMO price of 30 paise per unit those days, 1988. And they had some collaborations and I was part of it and did a lot of work. So that inspired me that that time also and now also, the total pharma industry is topical is approximately 3.5 to 4% depending upon the country to country. Now that niche, which is one part of everyone's business, I thought let's capitalize on that. Then nobody else will be able to think so much on that subject. That was the thought process. In hindsight, I can say that now I'm wiser, but you can say that I love the subject of topicals. Skin is the largest organ of the body. And comparatively, we have all grown with kind of a masala product and with antibiotic, antifungal, steroid. Only 2, 3, 4, 5 combinations were going on and on. And then I think the journey started. So the topical is only because of primary crosslinks.
For the benefit of the audience, Soframycin in India is Mehulbhai's brand. It's the kind of scale that he has brought. Mehulbhai, going forward, what do you think are the biggest challenges for the Indian pharma industry in scaling? And there are people sitting in the room who would be having different levels of operation. There are companies who would be on the CDMO side. There would be companies who would be branding their formulations more within India and the world. There are companies who are also in some way in regulated world. So if you summarize, what are the important areas, what are the important challenges that we should all look at?
I think before I address this question, we should understand where the world dynamics is going. Post-COVID, the entire world is working. That is, this deglobalization started technically post-COVID. All critical essentials, like for example, US, they were not making PP kits those days, and people were struggling for mass. The entire world political system got completely agitated that they were not having even data that what we are doing, what others are doing, and how do we address it. So post-COVID, the entire world is moving towards localization. Let's be very frank. Ideally, if the conditions, you can say, prefer, government wants everything make in their own respective country. You see whether it is PLI scheme or PRIP scheme or anything. Ultimately, what is the push? You make in India in concept. Same thing is going to happen here in Africa or even Latin America or anywhere. And there are a lot of intelligent people. Now with this AI and all, what is coming in, the knowledge is available at your doorstep. All ordinary people are becoming extraordinary. If you see in your office also, suddenly the quality of letters and communications have improved. It's not because of our people, it's because of ChatGPT and others. Everyone is writing beautiful stories, language, and etc. भूल जाते हैं कि किसने लिखा है ये, etc. So, but now imagine what is going to happen. That I was I attended Mr. Jensen Huang's session in 15 months back, and he had turned few words or few phrases. Intelligence at scale. Ordinary people will become extraordinary. You cannot sleep peacefully at night in any business. Nobody, for example, right now you see the services sector or IT sector, what is happening in no coding requirement. Now all such disruptions are happening all over the world. We are very blessed because it is very regulated industry. We curse the regulation, but regulation is the only, you can say, because of which there are a lot of entry barriers. Those entry barriers are making you precious. Tomorrow, if US allows only WHO unit to export, entire US market and everything will collapse, etc. So more and more people are becoming more intelligent. We are into right now more of small molecules. China is 200 plus companies are working on biosimilars. Their licensing income per year is $30 billion. That day, Glenn Saldana mentioned. What are we talking about? So this entire, now when you this is big, large talk. Now, for comparative, our end talk at our level, what are we facing? Can we all even fight on quality, schedule M? Can we fight on perception? Can we fight on cough syrups? Can we fight on exporting product to any country without NOC and all? Let's accept that we are living in the global world and the challenges. So the first and foremost is quality and compliance. This is the change. So there is no brainer. Rather than putting your energy in lobbying to somehow get your product through or approved or facility through, you put that much energy in quality and regulatory compliance, your energy will be saved. You will be in the positive direction. Our lot of energy is getting, you can say, lost because earlier we were not having level playing field. Government is trying their best to bring the level playing field. There may be the operational challenges and the execution challenges, and different states have different so and so. So one is regulatory and compliance. Then portfolio selection, focus. You must have seen that. Have you heard the Novartis India getting sold to the private equity Chris Capital? What does it mean, etc.? What is happening is the people are hiving off what is not relevant to them. People are buying what is relevant to them. Sun Pharma is thinking of buying company which is equivalent to their size. In global, we are present in 30, 40, 50, 70 countries. So that means your selection of portfolio and what you are focusing. And third is, the most important part is your focus on your subject. That means the time has come. If you see this large company with all these AI and all, the distribution system is going to become very easy. Earlier, if you remember, bigger company used to have always agents and middlemans. Now, all this digitalization is going to make everything so easy. Bigger companies are taking money in advance. They will bill 100,000 rupees also and 100 crores also. Middlemans will be out. So that means they are cutting all the, you can say, the kind of inefficiencies all across. So profitability point of view, these bigger companies are going to make profits, and they are going to supply quality product at affordable price in the respective market. See, ultimately, as he rightly said, that even if 1 cent more, people are not interested in making so and so. But imagine if every dot get connected, that means your competitor also knows that my price is X 2 cents more or less. Your competitor knows your distribution cost and so and so. For example, India is doing more of export in US. Imagine tomorrow if there is testing and QP release in Europe, our US market also will collapse. In US also subsidies have started. Now in all such thing, most important is your focus on every single line item of your business. Starting from material entry till dispatch to distribution, you should know every single item of your line item of P&L or balance sheet. And then try to improve efficiency, use AI tool, digitalization, people, training, consultants. Now you get any knowledge of the world, you tie up with GLG, you get best brains of the world in just $1,200. So knowledge is not an issue. Digitalization is not an issue. So everything is available. So unless you focus, you will not be able to capitalize.
Vibha, you rightly suggested on focus and other enablers. Now, the biggest challenge for companies, especially the mid-sized companies, is on one side, the cost of operations is going high. There are supply chain issues. The inflationary factors do contribute. The salaries are going up. It is becoming exceedingly expensive to produce for the per unit cost of manufacturing in India. At the same time, when we look at the global scenario, as I rightly said, nobody is ready to give even 1 cent more from where we are today. So people who have a model to scope, yet the biggest problem is how do you match this pressure? So as entrepreneur,
what strategies or what are the things that comes to your mind when you ensure that Ncube remains competitive? Compliance is given. You cannot do anything about the compliance. The costs are high. The selling prices are eroding. What's the solution?
I think the solution again is in the question only that it's a focus. Suppose if somebody is doing 3 dosage form, he may have to do it 1. Somebody else is doing other dosage form at much better scale and size. You outsource some of your product from that facility, convert your product into your facility into large scale, reduce your cost, bring efficiency. Now, I'll just tell you just one idea about cost, batch sizes. The entire world, global machineries, they are working on changeover time. Benchmark is how do you do changeover everything less than 1 hour? Gone are those days where you spend 2 shifts for changeover of, say, tableting machine. It's forbidden, not possible. So you invest more in technology, but you increase the throughput. So similarly, contactless sample preparation, less testing. How many of you have heard that you can implement PET tools? For example, we have some of the product approved where without making sample preparation, you can test the product and release the product, and FDA is releasing it. FTNIR. You imagine just one example that you have a product, you have 100, it's like a machine learning, that you do 100 concentration, teach the equipment, and then when you have your sample, just by outside touching the probe, you get that chromatogram and graph, and FDA accepts it. So without making a sample, the product can be released. You don't know, you don't have to validate because, and you have that equivalency proven. So technology all across reduce the cost, improve efficiency, focus. Thank you.
One last question. It was not in the list. Mehul bhai, there are a lot of entrepreneurs here who want to both scale and want to create value for their organizations. One last thought for them.
My entrepreneurs say I'm advocating private equity. Here Nero bhai is there. He is also having that. Private equity is not just for taking money and doing something. Normally entrepreneurs on top, there is a vacuum that beyond a point, your buck stops at you. That means you rise to the level of only your mediocrity. So how do you change that mindset? If you have a private equity, governance, board, etc., somebody will challenge you, it will take best out of you. But the bottom line is that you should be fair, transparent, equitable. If you really want to do something meaningful and scale, you should have outside in view, not just inside out. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, applause for Mehul bhai.
So due to the limited time of period, we are moving ahead. I would like to give a memento via Dr. Viranchi Shah, Director of Saga Life Sciences, to Shri Mr. Mehul Shah, MD Incubaticals. Thank you. Please have a moment of picture, sir. So now time for the next session. From commodity supplier to trusted global partner, our speaker, please welcome Shri Manish Doshi, MD, Umedica. Give a big round of applause for Manish Doshi, sir. Please welcome.
I cannot thank the organizers to invite me here and speak to you. I asked them, I said, after this, so many successful people talking, why are you calling me? They said, no, we want to learn from failure also. અહીંયા પ્રેસ છે નથી ને એટલે કોક સવાલના જવાબ આપવાની ખબર પડે 90% ગુજરાતી છો ને એટલે શું આપણે આમ થોડું ક્લોઝ લાગે, ઘર જેવું લાગે. નહીં તો આ બધા મોટા લોકો બોલે ને, કોક વાર આપણે મોટિવેટ થઈએ, કોક વાર સાલું ડિપ્રેશન આવે. ના, હવે જમવાનો ને ભૂખનો ટાઈમ થઈ ગયો છે, એટલે આ લાફ્ટર જરૂરી હતું ટુ સ્ટાર્ટ વિથ. ગુડ આફ્ટરનૂન, લેડીઝ એન્ડ જેન્ટલમેન. Not thanking anybody. Most of us in this room are already in the export business in some form or the other, in some scale or the other. So the real question today is not how do I start exports? The real question is how do I scale in a way that is sustainable, profitable, and respected globally? I would like to structure my thoughts in a very simple way that all of us use in our own business. That is SWOT analysis. Let us look at our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And I will keep coming back to one central theme of moving from being seen as a low-cost commodity supplier to being valued as a trusted global partner. Just a note of caution, SWOT analysis અહીંયા put up કરવું બહુ easy છે, પણ અમુક સ્ટ્રેન્થ્સ આપણે ડિસ્ક્રાઇબ કરશું, ડિસ્કસ કરશું તો એ આપણી વીકનેસ હોઈ શકે ને આપણા પાડોશીની સ્ટ્રેન્થ હોઈ શકે. The same will apply to weaknesses and the same will apply to opportunities and threats. But we will try to differentiate as much as we can. So let's start with some strengths. India is today recognized as the pharmacy of the world. By the way, our designation भी આપણે જ આપણને આપ્યું છે. સાચું છે, હું એમ નથી કહેતો ખોટું છે. પણ યાર એક પણ ઇન્ટરનેશનલ બોડીમાં ક્યાંય કોઈ લિટરેચરમાં કોઈ એક્ઝિબિશનમાં મેં જોયું નથી કે કોઈ બીજો આપણને આ કહેતું હોય. અને આપણા ત્યાં એક પણ ફંક્શન એવું નથી જેમાં મેં ના જોયું હોય કે વી આર સ્ટાર્ટિંગ, વી આર ફાર્મસી ઓફ ધ વર્લ્ડ. ઓકે, તો પછી આગળ બીજું કંઈ કરવાની જરૂર શું છે? જે કરતા આવ્યા છીએ એ કરતા રહીએ. Chalo. But anyway, a significant part of this export value of about $30 billion does come from small and medium players as well, with turnovers ranging from 10 crores to 500 crores. And therefore, this is one industry where a lot of players have scope. તમે બીજી ઘણી બધી ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રીનો વિચાર કરો, ધારો કે સ્ટીલ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી છે, સિમેન્ટ ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી છે, તો એમાં 5 જ જણા હોય, એમાં 10 જ જણા હોય, એમાં બિરલા જ હોય. ફાર્મા ઇન્ડસ્ટ્રી એવી છે જેમાં આપણે 2000, 4000, 6000 લોકો હોઈ શકીએ અને છતાં બધા એસ્પાયર કરીએ ગ્રો થવા માટે. This is not possible in every industry. It is possible in knowledge-based industry. It is possible in pharma industry. Now, Gujarat in particular has a very strong base, a rich heritage in chemistry as well as in pharmaceutics, leading to good process engineering, a dense cluster of formulation units and API units, easy access to ports, a mature vendor system. And last but the most important, according to me, entrepreneurial promoters who are hands-on and willing to take calculated risks. છે ને, ઘણી બધી વસ્તુ આપણી પાસે હોય ને એટલે આપણે કંઈ બહુ એપ્રિશિએટ ના કરતા હોઈએ. સમટાઈમ્સ વી ઇવન ટેક ઇટ ફોર ગ્રાન્ટેડ. પણ આ મેં જે હમણાં 5-6 સ્ટ્રેન્થ્સ કીધી ને, એ તમે વિચાર કરજો કે જેની પાસે નથી So they have no class against us. હવે us means we could be Gujarat, we could be India, but these are our strengths. Many of you present here are already approved by semi-regulated authorities, some by EU and some by USFD as well. You have built these companies from scratch, most of you. You have navigated lot of audits. Doesn't matter whether from country A, B, C, including Indian audits. You have survived intense price competition so far. અહીંયા બેઠા છો એટલે લગભગ સર્વાઈવડ વાળા જ હોય ને. એ લોકો યાર હસો નહીં. Anyway, the point is કે this experience જે મેં હમણાં કીધો including survival નો, it is not small. It is a real strength. Another strength is our competitiveness, cost competitiveness and some other we know how to engineer cost out of a process without compromising on quality. We know how to run lean, how to manage working capital. તમને ખબર છે ગુજરાતીઓ, કચ્છીઓ ને મારવાડીઓ આ ત્રણ જણા જે રીતે ફાઇનાન્સ મેનેજ કરી શકે ને, અને જ્યુઝ ઓફ કોર્સ, બીજા લોકોને આવડતું જ નથી. એ લોકોને એક સિમ્પલ ઇન્ટરેસ્ટ કોસ્ટ ગણતા નથી આવડતી. એટલે આપણી પાસે જે સ્ટ્રેન્થ છે ને, હવે આ બધી જે મેં કીધી, અને લાસ્ટ હાઉ ટુ મેક સ્મોલ પ્લાન્ટ્સ વાયેબલ, હવે આ બધું તમે કમ્બાઈન કરો. So we start this conversation with a strong base, technical capability, cost advantage, and real world experience in exports. Now let's look at some weaknesses. સૌથી પહેલી વીકનેસ તો એ છે કે આપણે ઘણા બધા છીએ. હવે આનું કરવું શું એ બી બહુ ભયંકર પ્રશ્ન છે. અને મારી પાસે જવાબ છે, પણ એ બધા બહુ જ આકરા અને કડવા જવાબ છે. એટલે આપણે જમ્યા પછી ના, પણ ચલો સિરિયસલી નહીં તો આ એક જ પોઈન્ટ ઉપર વાત કરીએ ને તો ખરેખર અમુક પ્રેક્ટિકલ સોલ્યુશન્સ આના છે. આઈ એમ સ્લાઇટલી ગોઈંગ આઉટ ઓફ માય શેડ્યુલ, પણ ખરેખર ઘણા બધા છીએ ને, આને જો 20% પણ સોલ્વ કરી શકીએ ને, અને આઈ વિલ કમ ટુ ધેટ, ખરી જીત ત્યાં જ છે. હવે ધારો કે આપણે અમુક લોકો અમુકમાં સ્ટ્રોંગ હોય ને અમુકમાં સ્ટ્રોંગ હોય, તો વાય કાન્ટ વી ગેટ ટુગેધર? કોઈ ઓએસડીમાં હોય, કોઈ ઇન્જેક્ટેબલ્સમાં હોય, એટલે કદાચ ડોઝેજ ફોર્મ વાઇઝ ધારો કે કોઈ અલગ અલગ સ્ટ્રેન્થ હોય, કેપેસિટીઝની દ્રષ્ટિએ અથવા નોલેજની, પ્રોડક્ટ નોલેજની દ્રષ્ટિએ એટસેટ્રા. તો આઈ ડોન્ટ અન્ડરસ્ટેન્ડ કે કોઈ પાસે લિક્વિડ ઓરલ છે ને કોઈ પાસે નથી, તો એ બે શું કામ ભેગા ન થઈ શકે? અને દરેક વસ્તુમાં કંઈ કંપનીને જ મર્જ કરી દેવાની છે એવું જરૂરી નથી. વન કેન ઓલવેઝ હેવ વેરિયસ મોડલ્સ ઓફ કોઓપરેશન, કોલેબોરેશન, પાર્ટનરશિપ. હવે એને બદલે આપણે શું કરીએ, યાર ઓલાએ હમણાં લિક્વિડ નાખ્યું છે, વિચારીને જ નાખ્યું હશે ને તો આપણે નાખીએ. પણ પહેલા તું વિચાર તો કર, એણે વિચાર કર્યો છે. તો એના કરતા આપણે એમ વિચાર કરીએ ને કે યાર મારી પાસે લિક્વિડ નથી, તો હું એને 2 વાર જઈને મળું. પહેલી વાર તો એ નથી માનવાનો, પણ બીજી વાર સમજાવું કે ભાઈ મારી પાસે લિક્વિડ નથી, તારી પાસે લિક્વિડ છે, તારી ટેરિટરી અલગ છે કા મારી અલગ છે, કંઈક તો કરીએ. બસ આ જ કરવાનું છે. હવે એ તમે જોગ્રાફીની દ્રષ્ટિએ કોલેબોરેટ કરો. ધારો કે કોઈક ઈસ્ટ આફ્રિકામાં સ્ટ્રોંગ છે, કોઈક વેસ્ટ આફ્રિકામાં સ્ટ્રોંગ છે, તો પણ તમે બે ભેગા થાવ ને 5 વાર મીટિંગ કરો ને એમાં પાછું કોઈને નુકસાન નથી. તમે વિચાર તો કરો. એટલે જ્યાં પણ ડાયવર્સિટી દેખાય ને, જ્યોગ્રાફીમાં, પ્રોડક્ટ નોલેજમાં, બીજી કોઈ રીતે, તો એકબીજાને ડુપ્લિકેટ કરવાને બદલે તરત કોમ્પ્લિમેન્ટ કરી નાખીએ. તમને ખબર છે અત્યારે યુએસએમાં બધાએ કીધું ને, યુએસએ સૌથી મોટી માર્કેટ, વર્લ્ડમાં મોટી, આપણી બી સૌથી મોટી એક્સપોર્ટ માર્કેટ. એ જેટલા લોકો એક્સપોર્ટ કરે છે ને એને ખાનગીમાં જઈને મળી આવો. સ્ટેજ ઉપર તો હું શું કહું, હું અહીંયા બેઠો હું તો શું કહું તમને. તો મેં તો આવું મજાકમાં, પાછું એ બધા મોટા માણસો છે, એ લોકોને સિરિયસલી નહીં, એટલે મેં મજાકમાં કીધું. તમારું આટલું બધું કોમ્પિટિશન થાય છે, પ્રાઇસ ઇરોઝન થાય છે, પ્રોડક્ટ્સ બધી ઓવરલેપિંગ છે. કારણ કે બધા શું કરે, 5 વર્ષ પછી જે પ્રોડક્ટ જનરિક થતી હોય એનું અત્યારે R&D ચાલુ કરે, ડોઝિયર ફાઇલ કરે, 2 વર્ષ પહેલા અપ્રુવલ મળી જાય, અને પછી પહેલે દિવસે યુએસએ ની વાત કરું છું, જેને નથી ખબર એ પણ આમ કરજો એટલે બાજુવાળા ન ખબર પડે કે આને નથી ખબર પડતી. તો આ બધાનું આવું ચાલતું હોય. તો મેં કીધું આનો શું ફાયદો? આ તો મેં કીધું ઓલો અમેરિકન જેની પાસે પૈસા છે, જેને પોસાય છે, એ આપણી ટેબ્લેટ 50 પૈસામાં લઈ જાય છે. તમે ભેગા થાવ ને, અમુક રીતે કંઈક કરો ને. પણ ત્યાં એક જેન્યુઇન પ્રોબ્લેમ છે, એટલે મેં પૂછ્યું પ્રેસ છે કે નહીં. ત્યાં જેન્યુઇન પ્રોબ્લેમ એ છે કે અહીંયા તમે આવું કંઈક જો ભેગા થઈ જાવ ને, તો એ લોકો પેલું કાર્ટેલાઇઝેશન ને મોનોપોલિસ્ટિક એન્ડ રિસ્ટ્રિક્ટિવ પ્રેક્ટિસીસ ને એ બધા કાયદા ત્યાં ઇન્વોક કરે. અને અમેરિકાના કાયદા છે ને એ આખી દુનિયાને લાગુ પડે. બીજા એવા ઘણા દેશો છે જેને પોતાના કાયદા બી પોતાને લાગુ નથી પડતા. એટલે આપણે આ બધું જોઈને પછી નક્કી કરવાનું છે. કાલે રવિવાર છે, ફ્રેશ બેસજો, કાં એકલા બેસજો, અને કાં આપણા કરતા વધારે આપણા દીકરા, પપ્પા, ભાઈ, વાઈફ પર વિશ્વાસ હોય તો એને ભેગા રાખીને બેસજો. તો સાચું ચિંતન થશે. એટલે ફર્સ્ટ વીકનેસ છે કે આપણે ઘણા બધા છીએ. સેકન્ડ વીકનેસ છે કોમોડિટાઇઝેશન. માર્કેટમાં buyers have too many choices. They receive quotations from 5, 10, 20 Indian suppliers. Now when everyone is offering more or less the same product, same quality, similar price levels, the buyer will naturally use that competition to drive the price down. હું છે ને 2 વાર કહું છું, એકવાર ગુજરાતીમાં, એકવાર ઇંગ્લિશમાં, એટલે મારી 30 મિનિટ પૂરી થઈ જાય. But this is really the reason why many Indian exporters are not successful or not profitable. Successful એટલે કરી નાખીએ છીએ બિઝનેસ, ટર્નઓવર, આ તે, પણ છેલ્લે પ્રોફિટેબિલિટીના વાંધા આવી જાય છે, જે આપણને 2, 4, 6 વર્ષે પછી નડે છે. આ પ્રાઇસની વાત આવી ને તો એક સવાલ આવ્યો. એક્સપોર્ટનો ડેટા મળે છે. હવે અત્યારે જો વોટિંગ લેવું હોય કે આ ડેટા મળવો જોઈએ કે ન મળવો જોઈએ, મળવો જોઈએ માં હાથ ઊંચા કરવા વાળા નહીં ફાટે. અને ન મળવો જોઈએ કેવા વાળા લગભગ હિપોક્રેટ્સ હોય. એટલે આપણે જો અત્યારે આ હાથ ઊંચો કરવાનું કહેશું તો એ એક્સરસાઇઝ ફેલ થઈ જશે. એટલે હવે છે ને સુટેડ બુટેડ એઆઈ વાળા લોકો આવીને એમ કે છે કે તમારો મોબાઈલ ખોલો, એમાં તમે 1 ઉપર ટીક કરો, નહીં તો 2 ઉપર ટીક કરો. એટલે ખાનગીનું ખાનગી, કોણે શું કીધું ખબર ના પડે. પણ આ વાત સાચે હસવાની નથી. ઇટ્સ અ વેરી સિરિયસ મેટર કે આ ડેટા 5-5, 10-10 હજાર રૂપિયામાં મળે છે. સેલરનું નામ, બાયરનું નામ, આઈટમ, ક્વોન્ટિટી ને પ્રાઇસ. તો શું કરશું આપણે? આપણે બધા જ વાપરીએ છીએ, પણ જરાક એનું મોટું વિઝન કરીને જુઓ કે, અને આપણે વાપરીએ છીએ એનાથી વધારે તો આપણા બાયર વાપરે છે આ ડેટા. પહેલા છે ને એ લોકો બધા આમ ખોટું બોલે કે 10% ઓછો પ્રાઇસ આપણને કાઉન્ટર ઓફર આપે, 30% ઓછો પ્રાઇસ આપે. પછી આપણે કે ના 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 ના, હવે તું તો ખોટું બોલે છે. તો હવે એ છે ને ઓલા સપ્લાયર મેન્યુફેક્ચરરના નામ સાથે આપે છે. મને કે ભાઈ યુમેડિકા આ 100 ભાઈ નામ સાથે આપે આપણને. હવે આપણે એને કેવી રીતે કેવું કે મેં પોતે બી એને એમ વાંચી લીધું છે ડેટામાં. એટલે હવે આ બધું કરવું કે બિઝનેસ કરવો, પ્રોડક્ટ ડેવલપ કરવી, બહુ અઘરું છે. Second weakness is lack of focus. Many small and mid-sized companies are spread thin across too many markets and or too many product lines. Some products in Africa, some registrations in Southeast Asia, some business in Latin America, some in CIS. On paper, it looks diversified, but in reality, it may lead to, and it generally does, lack of depth, lack of focus, whether in terms of therapy or in terms of geography. હવે આમાં શું થશે? બહુ હસાવ હસાવ કરીએ ને પછી સાચું બોલીએ તોય કોઈ માને નહીં. The third weakness is capability gaps. Regulatory, quality systems, and capability gaps in business development. Normally ગુજરાતીઓમાં એ ગેપ બહુ ના હોય, પણ છતાં at every incremental level you need a different skill set, a different level of capability. આપણે જે 25, 50, 100 કરોડે કરતા હોઈએ એ 400, 500, 600 એ ના થઈ શકે. મિયર ડુપ્લિકેશન ના થાય. You need another set of skills. One may personally, individually try to acquire it. It's not easy. But if one has right people in the team, that talent can be acquired. Generally, ગુજરાતી બિઝનેસમેન એમ માને કે આપણા મેનેજરો છે ને એને શું ખબર પડે, મને જ બધી ખબર પડે. પણ હું એવું માનું છું કે જો આપણા ખાસ કરીને બિઝનેસ ડેવલપમેન્ટના મેનેજરો તમે એવા લો જેને આપણાથી થોડુંક વધારે ખબર પડતું હોય તો આઈ થિંક સમ ઓફ ધીઝ ગેપ્સ કેન બી બ્રિજ્ડ. એન્ડ ફાઇનલી, આ બધી હજી વીકનેસીસની વાત ચાલે છે. Finally, our scale. A 10, 20, 40, 50 crore turnover company lacks the strength even in balance sheet to absorb failures, long development cycles, product development costs, major compliance setback, કોઈ વાર ડોઝિયર પાસ ના થયા હોય, 1.5 વર્ષે પાછું આવે કે નહીં થાય, કોઈ વાર ઇન્સ્પેક્શનમાં પ્રોબ્લેમ થઈ જાય. પણ અત્યારે ફાર્માસ્યુટિકલ્સની જે ટાઈપની રેગ્યુલેટરી ક્વોલિટી અને બીજી કોમ્પ્લેક્સિટીઝની રિક્વાયરમેન્ટ્સ છે, એમાં હું નથી માનતો કે 50 કરોડના ટર્નઓવરની કંપની પાસે કોઈ પણ પ્રકારની એવી સ્ટ્રેન્થ હોય કે એ આગળ વધી શકે. ડોન્ટ ટેક મી રોંગ, હું એમ નથી કહેતો કે નાની કંપની અથવા સ્ટાર્ટઅપ ન કરી શકે, પણ એને માટે આખી ફોર્મ્યુલા જુદી છે. તો પછી તમારે ઇનોવેશન બેઝડ કંઈક કરવું પડે. અને કર્યું છે ઇન્ડિયામાં પણ. દેર આર સો મેની સ્મોલ એક્ઝામ્પલ્સ. આપણને તો નામ ખબર નથી પડતા. આપણને ખાલી એનક્યુબ, એથિકલ અને નીરવભાઈ અને કેપ્લિન પોઈન્ટ બધા 2000 કરોડ ટર્નઓવર ને 500 કરોડ પ્રોફિટ. હવે આપણે હજી જીએસટી બાકી છે ભરવાનો. પણ જો ઇનોવેશન બેઝડ કોઈ હોય સ્ટાર્ટઅપ, તમે વાંચ્યું હશે કોઈક વાર પેલું કોવિડની ડાયગ્નોસ્ટિક ટેસ્ટ ડેવલપ કરીને પૂનાની એક R&D કંપનીએ બહુ મોટું ગજુ કાઢેલું, અને એવી ઘણી બધી છે. હવે પણ દેટ ઇઝ એન્ટાયરલી સાયન્સ બેઝડ, ઇનોવેશન બેઝડ. એમાં પછી આપણે બીકોમ થઈને પછી જમનાલાલ બજાજમાંથી ફાઇનાન્સ કરીને આવીએ, પણ પૈસા કયા સાચવીએ? કંઈક બનાવીએ તો સાચવીએ ને. સો I feel that otherwise a very strong and big balance sheet or size is necessary. Weaknesses પતી ગઈ. હવે opportunities. Here the picture is quite encouraging. The biggest market in the world for generics is still United States. In value terms, the US accounts for a very large share of global generic consumption. Even if we do not immediately set up our own front end in USA, there are ample opportunities for Indian SMEs to partner with established players. Again, I am talking of partnership, cooperation, collaboration, etc., etc. જ્યારે નાના હોઈએ ત્યારે એકવાર મોટા થઈ જઈએ અથવા તો આ બધું કરતા કરતા જેટલું વધારે શીખી લઈએ પછી બરાબર છે, પણ ત્યાં સુધી શું? So one can be contract manufacturer, one can be co-developer of the dossier, one can be an API developer and supplier, or one can have something to do with innovation like complex generics, or even, and complex always doesn't mean complex. એ તો જ્યાં સુધી આપણને કોઈ વસ્તુ સમજાય નહીં ને, ડોક્ટર સાહેબ અહીંયા છે ત્યાં સુધી ઇટ ઇઝ કોમ્પ્લેક્સ. એક વખત એની ટેકનિક, ટેકનોલોજી સમજી ગયા હોઈએ તો ખરેખર that complexity reduces by 90%. ફોર એક્ઝામ્પલ, કોમ્પ્લેક્સની વાત કરીએ ને એટલે બધા ઇન્હેલર્સની વાત કરે. એટલે આપણે બી એમ કે હા હા ઇન્હેલર્સ તો ભાઈ બહુ અઘરું, બહુ આમ છે તેમ છે. પણ ઇન્હેલર્સમાં બી there are 3 types. If we are talking of multi-dose inhalers, it is nothing but a capsule in a device. And device is outsourced. Device is not made by any pharma company. હવે હમણાં શરૂ થશે સેમાગ્લુટાઇડની પેન્સ. એટલે પેનની વાત આવે એટલે કે એકદમ કોમ્પ્લેક્સ, અઘરું, આપણાથી થાય જ નહીં. પણ તમે પોતે એક પેન બાય કરીને જુઓ તો ખરા, પેન જ છે, એની અંદર કાર્ટ્રીજ છે. તો ફાર્મા કંપની તો કાર્ટ્રીજ જ બનાવે છે, પેન તો બહારથી જ લેવાની છે. હું એમ નથી કહેતો. What I mean is, of course, એનું તમારે વેલિડેશન કરવું પડે, કેલિબ્રેશન કરવું પડે, પ્રોડક્ટ ડેવલપમેન્ટ, બટ complexity is complexity till you really go into it. Once you go into it, a lot of those things are doable. હું ઓપોર્ચ્યુનિટીની વાત કરતો હતો એટલે બહુ પ્રેક્ટિકલ ટિપ્સ આપું છું. Similarly, we can evolve from less regulated to semi-regulated to stringent regulated. પણ પ્લીઝ પ્રેક્ટિકલ વાત ભાઈ કહેજો હા ક્યારે બંધ કરવું છે. અને જે બોલતો એને કહેવાનું હોય, એને જઈને કહો તો ઈ થોડો બંધ કરે, એ શું કરશે? ભાઈ તમે બંધ થઈ. ચલો હવે છે ને એક આ યુએસએફડીએ નું ભૂત બહુ લાગેલું છે, મને બી લાગેલું. કોઈ મને કોટ ન કરશો. આ કહેવાનો મારો મતલબ એમ છે કે હું જયારે યુએસએફડીએ નહોતું ને, મારે 3 યુનિટ છે બાય ધ. અચ્છા, મેં તમને લોકોને મારું તો કઈ કીધું જ નહીં. ભાઈ સાવ ગયેલ ગુજરેલ નથી. 3 યુનિટ છે, 2 એપીઆઈ ના, 1 ફોર્મ્યુલેશન નું. 3 યુએસએફડીએ અપ્રૂવ્ડ છે અને 3 મળીને નેટ લોસ છે. હું એટલે આ यूएसएफडीए ની વાત करतो तो सर आप भी गुजराती तो समझ लेते हैं ना, क्योंकि अगर आप मिसअंडरस्टैंड करेंगे तो मेरे को नुकसान बहुत है. તો યાર જ્યાં સુધી નહોતું થયું ને ત્યાં સુધી એક એમ્બિશન હતું લાઈફમાં, એસ્પિરેશન હતું. હું પોતે બીફામ છું, 82 બેચનો, અને 10-20 વર્ષ આ બધું બીજું કર્યું એટલે પછી યુએસ નું ચાલ્યું હતું ઇન્ડિયામાં, એટલે કરવું જ છે. અરે આણે કર્યું, હવે આણે કર્યું, હવે આણે કર્યું, આ તો બીફામ બી નથી, આમ છે તેમ છે. એટલે પછી હું લાગ્યો પહેલા એક એપીઆઈ યુનિટ કર્યું. તો કર્યું ત્યારે બહુ સ્ટ્રેસ પડ્યું, બહુ મહેનત પડી, પૈસા બી બહુ લાગી ગયા. પછી કરી લીધું. પછી હું તો આગલા દિવસથી બધાને કહેવા માંડ્યો યુએસએફડીએ યુનિટ છે મારું, તો હું તો એપીઆઈ યુએસએફડીએ છું, આમ છે તેમ છે. પછી ત્રીજે દિવસે એક જણ કે એકચ્યુઅલી એપીઆઈ તો બહુ ઈઝી છે યુએસએફડીએ, કે મેઇન ફોર્મ્યુલેશન છે. મેં કીધું યાર 4-5 વર્ષ નીકળી ગયા, આટલા પૈસા બી ગયા, તો પછી હું ફોર્મ્યુલેશનમાં લાગી ગયો યુએસએફડીએ. તો જેટલા કન્સલ્ટન્ટ મળે એ એમ જ કે અત્યારે તમારું યુનિટ કેમ છે, એની કન્ડિશન, આ તે બધું ડોક્યુમેન્ટ્સ, ફેસિલિટી. હવે હું બોમ્બે ઓફિસમાં બેઠો, હું જેટલું સમજાવી શકું એટલું સમજાવું. પછી મેં તમે જઈ આવો ને, એકવાર જોઈ આવો. તો એ બધા આવીને એમ જ કે છે ને તમારો એક્ઝિસ્ટિંગ બિઝનેસ નોન યુએસ છે, તમે નોન યુએસ જ હોય ને, યુએસએફડીએ છે જ નહીં તો કે તો તમે સેમ પ્લાન્ટમાં નહીં કરતા યુએસએફડીએ, કારણ કે આ બધું કેવી રીતે કરશો, આમાં તો તમે બધું ખોટું જ કરતા હો ને, એવું એ ધારી લીધો હતો. ભાઈ મારું એવું નથી, હું પહેલેથી બીફામ છું, અને મેં મારા ફાધર આ બધા પૈસા આપી ગયા છે, એટલે મારું બધું એકદમ વ્યવસ્થિત છે. તમે જઈને જુઓ ને. એટલે ખરેખર પછી 3 કન્સલ્ટન્ટની એડવાઇસ વિરુદ્ધ મેં મારું એકમાત્ર ફોર્મ્યુલેશન યુનિટ યુએસએફડીએ કર્યું. પણ હું તમને એટલી સલાહ આપી શકું, પ્રેક્ટિકલ, માનવી ન માનવી એ તો હું જાણું છું. સેમ યુનિટ હોય, એક્ઝિસ્ટિંગ બિઝનેસ હોય તો બેટર કે સેપરેટ કરવું. In terms of all systems, procedures, practices, people, habits, culture, investments, costing, the whole business model, everything is substantially different. So it is better to do separate. But yes, you may still do it in the same site. You may have one plant, the other plant, and it's not going to be radically different. Anyway, here also the practices and procedures and regulations that were there 15 years ago, today all those have also got upgraded, including revised schedule M, WHO, GMP. So it's not as bad as those times. પણ USFDA અપ્રુવલ કરવા માટે ન સૂતો 5 વર્ષ અને અપ્રુવલ થઈ ગયા પછી 6 વર્ષથી હું નથી સૂતો. પહેલા ઓડિટનું આપણને એમ થાય કે હવે દર 2 વર્ષે આવશે, કમ્પ્લાય કરો, रिसोर्सेज लग रहा है, सामने बिजनेस मिल नहीं रहा है, जो चीज $2 में बेचने का सोचा था डोजियर फाइल किया तभी वो जब अप्रूवल आया, पेटेंट एक्सपायर हुआ तो चौथे दिन वो 2 सेंट में बिक रहा है. तो अप्रूवल पहला ना सूतो 5 વર્ષ, પછી અપ્રુવલ પછી 5 વર્ષ ના સૂતો, પછી માંડ માંડ બિઝનેસ શરૂ થઈ ગયો, સારો ચાલતો તો સડનલી હમણાં 1 વર્ષ પહેલા કે અમે છે ને એમ કે યુએસની ફેસિલિટીમાં કીધા વગર જઈએ છે ને ઓડિટ કરવા, એટલે હવે અમે બધે એમ જ કરશું. તમે લોકો હસો, કારણ કે તમને ખબર જ કીધા વગર આવે એટલે શું થાય. આમાંની એક પણ વસ્તુ, એક પણ મોટો માણસ અને એક પણ કન્સલ્ટન્ટ તમને કહેશે નહીં જે હું આજે કહું છું. છતાં કરવું હોય તો કરજો. Okay. On the API side, the global trend of China +1 is real. Many multinational consumers are actively looking to diversify their supplier base away from over-dependence on one country. For certain molecules, India is already a strong alternative. But if we can identify such more molecules, and there are many such more molecules, where due to cost, position, strong reliability, and then if we can build real scale, there is genuine opportunity to become preferred suppliers of APIs also. Two minutes. તો એક ઇમ્પોર્ટન્ટ પોઈન્ટ મને જે લાગે છે કહું છું કે આપણે છે ને આપણા લિમિટેડ એબિલિટીઝથી કામ કરતા હોઈએ, including limited capital. But the times have changed. One should go for private equity capital wherever required. We have ambition, we have skill sets, some skill gaps which are there we can acquire, but for acquiring that also we need financial resources. And unlike olden times, you don't have to always borrow on interest. You can go for some private equity capital, અને દરેક એમાં કે બધું મોટું જ હોય એવું નથી હોતું. મોટા private equity player ભલે મોટા લોકો પાસ જતા હોય, but there are many medium and small size private equity players. They are willing to take their chances. Not only capital, they will also bring you lot of ideas, lot of suggestions. So I feel that there is a huge opportunity in terms of seeking this capital and then of course deploying it gainfully. પહેલેથી દાનત ખરાબ હોય તો બીજા અમુક રસ્તા છે એ મને પૂછજો પછી. એક્સપોર્ટ ડેટાનું મેં તમને કહી દીધું. હવે અહીંયા ફાર્મેક્સિલના મોટા મોટા લોકો બેઠા છે. They should decide whether that data should continue or stop. બાકી નોલેજ અને ઇન્ફોર્મેશન 30 વર્ષથી હું આવા લેક્ચર સાંભળું છું. There is a lot of value given to knowledge and information all these years, all these decades, all these centuries. But just now, as some of my predecessors told you, the value of knowledge and information is decreasing big time very fast. Even the most sophisticated knowledge or information, deep knowledge is available almost free of cost and free of efforts. तो सर जो चीज फ्री ऑफ एफर्ट्स फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिलती है ऑलमोस्ट एवरीबडी इज गोइंग टू हैव दैट नॉलेज एंड इंफॉर्मेशन. So now we all will have to think, as Vivek also said, no, super intelligence. The average intelligence is gone. There is no value for knowledge and information. Keep this factor also in mind. It has lot, but there is an opportunity in that also. Are you accessing that knowledge and information? આજે ઇંગ્લિશ ગ્રામર સુધરેલા ઈમેલ કરવા એ તો 0-300 ના સ્ટેપમાં ફર્સ્ટ પોઈન્ટ ઉપર આવે. પણ એ જ વસ્તુ તમે આજે ખાલી નોલેજ અને ઇન્ફોર્મેશન માટે જેમિની એઆઈ થી માંડીને આપણું સિમ્પલ મેટામાં બી તમે એક્સેસ કરો. આપણે જનરલ ઘણું બધું પૂછી લઈએ છીએ કે મારે હવે શ્રીનગર જવું છે તો કયો મહિનો સાચો કહેવાય કે કઈ જગ્યાએ ટ્રાવેલ પ્લાન કઈ રીતનો છે. પણ ધ મોસ્ટ sophisticated information is right now available in a fraction of a second on all these large language model apps. So please use them to the fullest and let us grow to the next level with all the strength and confidence. Not many people have what we have in this hall, what you have in this hall. So all the best.
So this session was very wonderful and intellectual. ડન. તો અહીંયા હું મિસ્ટર ભાવિન સર એમને ઇન્વાઇટ કરું છું સ્ટેજ ઉપર મોમેન્ટો આપવા માટે. એકવાર જોરદાર તાળીઓ થઈ જાય. અને આ ઇન્ટેલેક્ચ્યુઅલ સેશન પછી એક સારો એવો સર જોડે ફોટો કેપ્ચર થઈ જાય.
Wrap it up as quickly as possible, but we'll also make sure that the right message comes out. Hey, bhai. Munishbhai નું સેશન બહુ સિરિયસલી લઈ લીધું લાગે છે. He's already I think we can start. He will join, right? Because we are already running about half an hour late. So, Bhavin bhai,
today, since morning, we are talking of differentiation, focus, etc. And you and your company has actually shown quite in advance of your focus and vision by being one of the few first Indian companies to have set up manufacturing plants in Ethiopia. Now you're much ahead of curve as far as આજે બધા વાત કરી રહ્યા છે કે we want to set up plants in Africa, for example. So in your experience, what went into your mind? How did you do it? What is your experience?
So thank you, Ranjibhai. The point of setting up the plant was we had a non-compete for 4 years in India since we sold our business in 2011, 2012, 13. So we were in non-compete till 16, 17 for a cephalosporin business that we had. So we said, what do we do later? Means what do we do next? So that is how we thought Ethiopia being a very good market in terms of price, climate and all that. Then we thought that it's always like, the green is, the grass is greener on the other side, right? So with that, we went there. But to be very frank, we've been there from last 7-8 years. And I feel, as Mehul said, that what question he had asked Chandruji and the answer that he gave, if I would have known this answer that point of time, I would have stayed in India, very frankly. Because as he said rightly, focus on your core, then strengthen your core and work on the related what is to the core, right? So actually, we could have really grown leaps and bounds if we would have been in India. And the point is, since a different topography, geography, government, there are so many challenges that we are not foreseeing when we go. And it's like, if I'm Bhavin Mehta and if I have Bhavin Mehta 2.0, then I'll take a venture over there. It's like, as Vivek said, that he has a brother who's stationed at Latin, which makes sense that yes, one person is at the helm who's handling everything, and the second person is over here who's handling the operations, which makes perfect parity between the two. Here, if we are just one person handling many things, it becomes very difficult at a scale what we are to move in, to not see the what things can go wrong, and how we can move ahead on that. So I'll always feel that what mantra Mehul has given is absolutely true, that you have to focus on the core, you work on your strength, and just work on related what is to the strength. So our strength, to be very frank, if you ask all MSMEs, is India. And we need to focus on India because we are growing at 8 to 9%. Anyways, we are growing at 8 to 9%. So there is a lot of opportunities over here rather than looking outside. Thank you.
Thank you. Vijay, when most of the mid-sized companies were planning to transition from ROWs to regulated world, they used to take Europe as the first choice to enter the regulated world. You and your company did it again slightly differently. You went ahead with US, and the new plant that you came up has a US FDA approval. Again, there's a very big shift. You are doing business in ROWs, as rightly said, the dynamics are very different. And suddenly you have a facility that is into the world's most mature market. So instead of EU, which is relatively a different level of risk. So again, the similar question, you have differentiated yourself. What went into your mind? What are your learnings from there?
વેલ પહેલાં તો મનીષભાઈ થેન્ક યુ વેરી મચ, કારણ કે તમે ગુજરાતીમાં બોલવાનું ચાલુ કર્યું એટલે મારા માટે ઇઝી થઈ ગયું. એકચ્યુઅલી જ્યારે અમારું યુનિટ એક હતું જે ઓલરેડી ટુ બી વેરી ફ્રેન્ક થોડું ઓલ્ડ થઈ ગયું હતું, અને there was no possibility to expand. So then we decide that let us, and regulatory requirement is increasing day in, day out. So that's why we took the decision that let us have one more unit. અને પછી એ નવું યુનિટ જે અમે કર્યું એમાં અમે પહેલાં સાચું કહું તો EU વિચારતા હતા. But there are two things which comes in my mind was એક તો ઇયુમાં અમારી આજુબાજુના બી ઘણા બધા યુનિટ્સ અમે જોયા કે દે આર ઇન EU. એન્ડ સેકન્ડ થોટ વિચ કેમ ઇન માય માઇન્ડ કે એક સર્કલવાળું એક મેં જોયું કે જેમાં એક તરફ ઇયુના લગભગ 25-30 કન્ટ્રી હતા અને એક બાજુ US હતું. હવે ધ ટોટલ ઓફ યુરોપ બિઝનેસ which is from maybe more than 27 or 30 countries equivalent to from US. એટલે બહુ સિમ્પલ ગણિત ગુજરાતીનું ગણ્યું કે આવી 27-28 કન્ટ્રીમાં ડોઝિયર નાખવાનું રૂપિયો પૈસા ખર્ચવા એના કરતાં આપણે એક US કરીએ અને એ રીતે અમારું આ US શરૂ થયું.
Thank you. Vishalji, again, and probably earlier than these two gentlemen, you started focusing on a very niche formulation, the amoxiclav. And for a long time, your company has been known to have benchmarked the manufacturing, the supply chain, the quality as far as the amoxiclav. Of course, you're doing a lot of other things now. So again, at that stage of your life, of your company's evolution, when there are very few companies who were actually focusing on a single formulation or on a very narrow band of formulations, what was the decision making like? What was your learning with that focus?
Thank you very much, and thanks for the question. As earlier, sir, as Mehul bhai rightly said, that we had to focus on core strengths. So what was our focus per se? That we wanted to identify the niche and the areas which are unexplored. And when we tried to focus on that, we found that yes, this product is having challenge in manufacturing and we could develop a formulation which is stable. Similarly, we continue to do this. This is one thing which is portrayed because this product we are doing it on some CMO basis also. But otherwise, we keep on evolving on R&D and research because it keeps on thriving and we keep to identify that which products could be a differentiator so that it can add value to us. And that was the reason that we ventured into this product. And it is, of course, a key differentiator to us.
Thank you. Bhai, આજે આપણે સાંભળ્યું, we talked about focus, we talk about differentiation, technology enabled growth, from possible trends like deglobalization or every country trying to do something in their own. There are so many global forces that are working. For the benefit of our audience, તમારા experience પ્રમાણે, what are the, let's say, 3 or 4 important trends or opportunities where our manufacturers can focus and they, in the territories that you are working, they can find good opportunities?
So Africa is a very good continent. What I can say that 53 countries, and it's the next decade of opportunities that I foresee. And our core strength is in Africa, no doubt. So East Africa, West Africa, wherever you say. And if you say even population wise, the growth je Africa ma che, there's no other growth in any of the world, right? So next 10 years, that continent is going to explode like anything. Hamnabi, if you think of, they are right now on amoxicillin, ampicillin, penicillin G, all that they are using, right? And if you say that they want to go to meropenem, doripinum, imipenem, cilastatin, कोई सामने नहीं थी, you know. So there are countries who not have heard of that also. So they are still around say 10 years or 15 years behind us in terms of growth or the medicines that they are taking or maturity. So actually they have a huge scope in getting forward, and I'm very sure with the invent of AI and automation and what we are talking about, they are also now getting aware that these are the symptoms and these are the probable medicines and by which they'll be able to get more faster actions, right? So I think so next decade, to my understanding and what core competency we have is actually Africa. And if we really focus on, it's the gold mine that we need to explore.
Thank you. Vijay bhai, I'm sure there would be entrepreneurs sitting here who would be aspiring to get into the US someday or the other. Again, based on your experience, તમને શું લાગે છે? What are keys, do's and don'ts, or what are the areas they should focus on? જો કોઈને બી એસ્પિરેશન હોય જેના US FDA પ્લાન્ટ્સ ના હોય ઓડિયન્સમાં, with your experience, શું કરવું જોઈએ, શું ના કરવું જોઈએ?
Well, till now we are working more on CMO, but મનીષભાઈએ જેમ કીધું ને કે જેટલો CMO વધારે કરીશ એટલી કંપની લોસ વધારે કરશે. So slowly, gradually now we decide to have our own portfolio, and maybe in another 2-3 years we would like to have our own portfolio. No doubt અમે ડાયરેક્ટ માર્કેટિંગમાં જવાનું નથી વિચારતા, પણ એટલીસ્ટ સમ અલાયન્સ, બેકવર્ડ ઇન્ટિગ્રેશન, ફોરવર્ડ ઇન્ટિગ્રેશન એવી રીતે કરીને બી જે પણ કંઈ કરવું છે આપણું પોતાનું નાનું નાનું પણ પોતાનું એવી રીતની અમારું પ્લાનિંગ છે.
So you think that is a possibility for somebody who wants to go there? Focus on those years. Vishal bhai, again, you had focused on a very niche product, right? If you had to do it today, how would you do it differently? Or based on your key learning, if somebody wants to focus on a very specific area and grow, based on your learnings, what would you suggest? Again, do's and don'ts. What are the areas one should take care of?
See, if doing today, every time the challenges are same, the number of players, the competition, the opportunities, and technology, talent, these are the key factors which will always be the inputs that would be needed to be placed in, and the differentiator as an outcome if you are successful to make a difference to your product and value chain system. So what can be done is that new product can be identified. It could be cardiac diabetes or new chemical entity or something which is going to be off patent very soon, and somebody can start working on those molecules. We are already working on some molecules in cardiovascular diabetes segments which are going to be first to file generics. We are targeting them for Indian markets also, trying to get them on a very economical pricing for Indian consumers. So likewise, we are working, and similarly, any company which wants to work can work in such manner that they start to innovate to give molecules or products in a re-engineered manner such that it can add value to the patient's or human life and contribute to the company's balance sheet or books also. Furthermore, today it was discussed about humanoids and this thing coming into production and this. So you will see there was a very interesting case. Humanoids were interviewed. If you will see, there are 2, 3, 4, 5 major key humanoids. Somebody who works as an artist, somebody works as a player. They were interviewed recently, and when they were asked questions, would you outsmart your master or would you betray? Then I'll not do them until they are good to me. So it's very smart answer. So this thing also we need to balance out when we are thinking of bringing AI into our production floor. So how do we regulate that ecosystem going forward?
Thank you. I think for the want of time, we would not like to take this further, but thank you, gentlemen, for this. I just want to share before we close one small interaction I had with Sanjeev Jain just a couple of days back. You must be from Akums, and they contribute to 12% of India's production in terms of volume. And I was trying to understand what they are doing today, and he told me that they are totally shifting gears. In fact, they signed a contract with a company in Europe to get 900 crores advance to develop certain products. From a company who is 100% focused on Indian domestic contract manufacturing to a company who is scaling globally to invest into developing new molecules, or rather not new molecules, new dossiers for global clients, getting a 900 crore advance, joining hands with global governments to set up plants across the world. Friends, I think with all the learnings that we had today, one important learning for all of us is that as entrepreneurs, we have to constantly work to make sure that we are ready for the next wave. And that spirit of entrepreneurship is the one single source
that will keep us all up and going. So I think a big round of applause for all of us for the wonderful entrepreneur spirit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I would like to request Dr. Viranchi to present a memento to Shri Vijay Shah sir and Shri Bhavin Mehta sir. Sir, requesting all of you to take a picture, please, together. Once again, thank you so much for sharing the real world experiences with all of us. Moving ahead with Pharma Excel activities and IFIX 12th International Exhibition on Pharma and Healthcare Industry. Presenting Mr. Nipun Jain, Chairman IFIX 2026 and COOA member Pharma Excel. Please welcome, sir.
थैंक यू एवरीवन फॉर कमिंग सबसे बड़ी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि लंच के बीच में सिर्फ मेरा लास्ट स्पीकर हूँ, तो प्लीज़ बियर विद मी फॉर 10 मिनट्स. और मनीष भाई सॉरी गुजराती नहीं आती, तो आई विल स्पीक इन हिंदी एंड इंग्लिश. So Farmexcel, आपको सबको पता होगा कि whoever is exporting, Farmexcel is helping exports from our country. I will not go into much details. We have office everywhere: Hyderabad, Delhi, Mumbai, Ahmedabad, and Chennai. All these are Indian pharma credentials. I will not go into this much in detail. What I'll go into is IFEX and GRC, what we are doing. So this is what the benefits to the members who are not into export, who are maybe exporting also. Farmexcel, we are giving a lot of benefits for the registration, plant inspections, re-registrations, and every company can get up to 2 crore rupees per year from Farmexcel. So the idea is the government of India wants to promote exports, and for really helping MSMEs to have that, if they are facing any financial crunch in registration or plant inspection, so they can contact us, and we can do it in a time-bound manner. The only hitch is that you have to submit the application within 90 days of the registration. And then we are also having a lot of delegations to different parts of the country, different parts of the world. Like recently, we had a delegation where more than 100 participants went to Latin America. Now a delegation is going to CIS as well as to Southeast Asia also. So these are the details for Market Access Initiative, and anybody who wants any clarification, they can contact us later. So this is IFEX, which I want to talk about. So IFEX, we are in the 12th edition. In fact, it was started by Bhavin Mehta, me and Ashutosh, 12 years back or 14 years back. And the main idea of IFEX was कि पहले सिर्फ CPHI होता था, and CPHI there were a lot of Chinese stalls. So आजकल वो concept है जो दिखता है वही बिकता है. So that's the notion we had when we started IFEX कि we will have only Indian exhibitors, and then we will call the foreign buyers. कुछ partly refund, partly reimburse करेंगे उनका airfare, कुछ अपने आप आएंगे, and it was so successful. Now we in the 12th edition, and recently we made some changes. Last year हमने पहली बार भारत मंडपम में जब after renovation, and the buyers were very happy, the exhibitors were very happy. So this year I am the IFEX chairman, and we have done something, 2 or 3 changes which I have done. I'll tell you. First of all, it will be totally 3 days B2B meet. पहले क्या होता था, first day हम करते थे, inauguration होता था तो half day तो inauguration में ही चला जाता था. अब 2 days बचे तो उसमें भी buyers कभी इधर गए कभी उधर गए. So we are going to have inauguration on day 0. तो 3 दिन आपको पूरा B2B meets के लिए मिलेंगे. So day 0 inauguration है इनॉग्रल सेरेमनी के बाद यू कैन हैव अ नेटवर्किंग डिनर विद द बायर्स. बायर्स होंगे, आपको जो भी एग्जिबिटर्स हैं दे विल बी प्रेजेंट ओवर देयर. फर्स्ट डे BSM मीट्स, सेकेंड डे BSM मीट्स, थर्ड डे BSM मीट्स. थर्ड, अब लास्ट डे क्या होता था कि मोस्ट ऑफ द आवर बायर्स वो लाइन लगाते थे कि रीइंबर्समेंट के लिए, कि उनको पैसा नहीं मिला. इस बार हमने रीइंबर्समेंट फॉर्मेट भी चेंज कर दिया. रीइंबर्समेंट विल बी गिवन टू देम इन देयर होटल्स ऑन द लास्ट डे. उनको सिर्फ अपलोड करना है और एक एनवेलप में उनका रीइंबर्स मिल जाएगा. सो द मेन आइडिया इज टू गेट मोर वैल्यू फॉर यू एज एन एग्जिबिटर, फॉर यू एज टू हैव मोर नेटवर्किंग विद द बायर्स. इसमें हमने एक और चीज़ चेंज करी है. इस रेगुलेटर्स को हमने एक आईफेक्स के साथ साथ में एक प्रोग्राम रखा है, ग्लोबल रेगुलेटरी कॉन्क्लेव, विच विल हैपन इन जून एंड. अभी हमने DCJ साहब से बात किया है. सो what we are planning is we have a 2-day symposium in Delhi, in Bharat Mandapam, where will we invite all the global regulators to come to India. We have 3 main agendas in point. If you have any agenda, you can share with us. First is, in India, WHO GMP and higher accreditations should be mutually respected across the world. अभी क्या है कि कोई भी कंट्री है, सपोज एग्जांपल लीस्ट डेवलप कंट्री भी है, वो भी इंडिया आएगी, इंस्पेक्शन करेगी, वेयर एज आवर यूनिट इज ऑलरेडी US FDA अप्रूव. सो हम ये कहते हैं कि आप रेवेन्यू ले लीजिए, आप अपनी फीस ले लीजिए, बट टाइम आना जाना, फिर उसके लिए ऑडिट करना, सब कुछ करना. सो दैट्स व्हाट वन थिंग विच वी आर गोइंग टू प्रपोज. सेकेंड थिंग इज IP रिकग्निशन. अभी ऑलरेडी 14 कंट्रीज में IP रिकग्नाइज हो गया है. सो व्हाट वी आर पिचिंग देम, आप IP रिकग्नाइज करोगे तो आपकी कॉस्ट ऑफ जो सोशल सिक्योरिटी वहाँ पर है या कॉस्ट ऑफ मेडिसिन will be much lower than the present thing. And third, with the help of CDSU and DCGI, what we will be proposing that कि आपके जो इंस्पेक्टर्स अभी US जाते हैं ट्रेनिंग लेने के लिए, तो वो सर हमारे इंडिया आके हमसे ट्रेनिंग ले लें, so that they will also be knowing the Indian culture and they'll be more sympathetic to for Indian exporters. So these are the 3 agenda points जिसके लिए GRC करने वाले हैं. Thank you, sir. And if somebody can suggest any more points which will help our country to promote, to expand more exports, we'll do that, sir. So this is what we are planning now, IFEX. And this GRC, this is the hall. 92% of the space has already been sold out. From 1st of March, we'll be increasing the price also because a lot of more companies are coming in. So आपने जिसने नहीं लिया, आप आके देखिए, आप लेके देखिए एक बार stall, you'll get more benefits. Recently, to have more buyers, अभी काफ़ी लोग कहते हैं कि वही buyers repeat होते हैं. तो इस बार ही हमने ग्लोबल कंपनी, मीडिया कंपनी, सोशल मीडिया कंपनी को हमने हायर किया है, जो कि एक आईफेक्स का मैसेज सब जगह पहुंचाएगी. सो दैट विल हेल्प अस टू अट्रैक्ट न्यू बायर्स, जिसने आज तक कोई भी इंडिया आया नहीं या कभी इंडियन प्रोडक्ट्स खरीदे नहीं है. So this is what we are giving more values to the exhibitors this time. So I think that's it. So I welcome all, and if any suggestions, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. So I would like to invite Dr. Viranchi to felicitate him with a memento. Bhavin, sir. Please welcome Mr. Bhavin Mehta, sir, Vice Chairman, Pharmexil, to present a memento to Mr. Nipun Jain, Chairman, IFEX 2026. Sir, photo, please. So before lunch, this is the last interaction session of COA members Gujarat. I would like to invite Dr. Viranchi sir and Dr. Vishal sir on stage for the interaction with COA members Gujarat. Skip. So requesting Dr. Vishal Rajgaria sir on stage to give a vote of thanks.
Very good afternoon, all of you. At the outset, I would like to thank you everyone for coming and joining in this Chintan Shivir, and which will to give Chintan, as sir was saying, that the ways to do Chintan at home, you can amplify on that also. But taking on that other side, or talking on serious note, thank you very much for coming and making this great success, which will add vision to the Ministry of Commerce's insight of what this Shivir is designed to scale up the industry to next height, and that can be done by re-strategizing and giving a think tank of what we are doing today, how we are positioned, and how we can scale up. And today we had very good insight from our speakers from in morning on DGFT regulator side, on drug side, and the industry experts. We got very good insight from Mr. Vivek, who gave insight how he had driven in the industry, and from Mehul Bhai from NCube, that how to position and focus on the strength of the company and the entrepreneurial journey. We had very good insight from you, Medica, Mr. Doshi, and we have very good insight from other speakers as well, including Bhavir Mehta and Viranchi Bhai and Vijay Bhai. And we thank all other speakers who have joined today to give the wonderful insights, including the members from the ministry, the drug, and the government. We also thank the council, and on behalf of council, I thank ministry also for organizing this in Ahmedabad, which has been a great value to the stakeholders. Gujarat is a key player for pharma industry. And on that note, what comes to mind is that yes, in this budget, there is a allocation of 10,000 crores for pharma, global pharma bio mission. That will be the spent outlay will be spent in next 5 years. So this is also a very good area to focus on, and by this also industry can leverage. There was a focus that government will set up new NIPERs, strengthen current NIPERs, and set up 1,000 more clinical research centers, which will go together with our vision of growing, innovating, and expanding. With this all, I would like to conclude and wish you wish you all the best for your futures and endeavors and all the success in your life. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I would like to invite for the group photo all the delegates, our guest, and the Pharmaxil official team. Please come on the stage for a group photo. Other than that, please proceed for the lunch. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
I'll request all the COA members, the speakers, to just come on the stage for one group photo. Viranchi sir, I would request Deputy Director EP Pharma DOC. Please come on the stage. Thank you.